Hey everyone, welcome to Sunday Night Geekery, issue number 151 or episode 151. I like issue better because we're all comic book geeks and nerds here. So, hail to everyone in the chat, and thank you to JT Kirk for being here and hanging out tonight. And hopefully, we'll have some other typical buddies joining us along the way. We'll see who's out there and not asleep. I'm teasing Tom, but if you can make it. Yeah, it gets late here tonight. So, and since JT Kirk is here, let us play a good JT Kirk opening.
Hail and good evening, Mark, and to everybody out there in the chat. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Yep. So it's not Sunday night unless we're geeking out, right? So we're gonna cover Wicked for about I think 6 hours tonight. So please stick with us. There's a lot to cover on Wicked. So
just the first half, right?
Actually, maybe just like the first 20 minutes. We're going to do huge deep dive into Wicked. Yeah. So, but no, that's doing pretty well. I see. So that's going to be a big hit. And if you're a Broadway person, yeah, it's I do kind of like Broadway shows. Don't tell anyone. But actually, my wife's like, why don't we go see Wicked for one of my birthdays with a 0 in it? So, of course, got really good seats and went to see it. So, as our buddy Nerdrotic said, there's a reason why you do certain things when you're married, and they turn out well. So,
yeah,
you saw his Twitter. If you saw his tweet on that one, or X, whatever you call it now these days, but yeah, with a little sly smile, right? Some things typically work out well, right? Yep.
Yeah.
But let's say hi to everyone in the chat. So, Tim, hail. Yep, Tim was first. Tim wins. I posted this late tonight, so hope we get a lot of people showing up. I'm sure we will. But the great Phantom Outsider is in the house. Thank you, Phantom, for being here. And Lenrod with a yo. Yeah, Lenrod. And Phantom with the Clobber time. So yeah, so we can throw up maybe Mike's avatar in the chat here. Let's see. Let me put that in. I've got the thing there, so we can put the thing there for Clobber Times. Always remember, Clobber Times are dear departed mentor and father figure and buddy to a lot of us. Yep. And hail to Maddie's daddy. He's trying to get the Munchkin to sleep. Yep, you've got the link, Steve. So it's the same link every week too. It's top secret, but inside baseball stuff. So, but good stuff. Yep. And Lenron saying hi. And Harold is telling me bedtime, Mark, 8 minutes ago, which is why I'm closing up shop. Well, I don't know, Harold. Should I promote your website? After you said that, I got to go to bed. But here's my great buddy Harold's website. Everyone, please check it out. I call it Camping and Crafts. I don't know. I don't think Harold has a title for his website, but I'm calling it Camping and Crafts. But check out Harold's very cool website. And if you have a scout or involved in the scouting movement, he's got a lot of great stuff related to that and outdoors and all that stuff where, geeks and nerds, we kind of melt in the rain, right? So, but great to see Harold. And, yeah, very good. Long time, I shouldn't say, real life friend we're all friends here, but friend I've privileged to grow up with and hang out with, and a great guy, and still obviously a great friend. And he's got some skills with the editing and stuff. Harold, do you want to be my producer? Just kidding. But yeah, Harold's got some serious camera skills and editing skills, and he takes it to the next level. So great stuff. Yep.
Cool. He's got a lot of videos out there too.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. So subscribe to Harold and check out some of those videos. Yeah. So it's good stuff on there. Pinewood Derby stuff is really cool. Yep. And Lenrod says sleep is overrated. Yes, it is. Although it is nice to sleep in on the weekends, right? But yeah. And we got Maddie's daddy in the house too. So Maddie's daddy's in the house. We're gonna play his intro, which I need to get one of those boxes with a button. Like you can just boom play the
stream deck.
I have one, but
they're awesome.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do like the play a specific video yet. Let's see here. I don't think you can. Or maybe I just don't know how to do it. Where did Thor go? Where's Thor's video? Here we are. And you can't change. The problem is you can't change the icon or avatar for the video, so it picks up like the first frame, and the first frame doesn't show Thor. So that I'm giving myself a little slack here. And Dabman's not here yet, but we always play this.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark! Jeez.
And we should play this in honor of clobbering times too. Let's play this.
It's clobbering time!
There we go.
Beautiful.
God bless Mike. Yep. So let's see. Oh, Parrot Head is here. Hail to the great Parrot Head. And Gap After Dark is here as well. Sleep. You sleep. What do you think? I'm Snow White. You gave me an apple. I did have an apple tonight. I did not eat like Doritos. I did have an apple, but it wasn't poison. It didn't put me to sleep because you're trying to come over and wake me up, Jeff. You're not giving me a kiss here. And Lenrod and Jeff, go buy the computer, Jeffrey. I'll find you another deal. But I told you to buy that $800 computer. You should have. I was trying to use reverse psychology, pushing like a much more expensive computer, and then Jeff gets, well, I really only need this $800 one. I'm like, yes, it worked. Now buy it. And he didn't buy it, so the sale was off. But
well, that is find you a price these days.
Yeah, you got to spend about $800, I think, for a gaming computer. Yeah, moderate, not too insane gaming computer. I think that's a good price point to hit. I mean, but back in the day when you bought, the computers are so much cheaper too. You bought the PCs for $2,000, $3,000. Yep.
But you did get the monitor and a keyboard, mouse, and like 2-watt speakers that came with it.
Yep. Yeah. I still have some of those little speakers. Yep. Or the sound blaster card with the was it Advent speakers or Boston Acoustics and
Altec Lansing.
Yeah. And they had the bass sometimes, subwoofer.
Yeah.
And Gap After Dark says, "Oh no, wicked, no." We won't be too wicked. Yep. And hail to the great Admiral T. Yep, I was watching some of your great shows recently, so hopefully everyone's watch the Admiral, and he's doing a great Enterprise viewing party or watch or reviews on Saturday night. So
he is, and unfortunately, I was waylaid with other things last night. It was not too much fun, but man, that show is always fun when you can make it. So
yeah, it's
check
great
that out, folks.
Yep. Let me put Teague's all my buddies chat websites or not websites, YouTube sites are down below. So let's say I should have Admiral Teague. Let me go. I have to have Admiral Teague on my list. Is it the Admiral Teague? Where's Admiral Teague? It's got to be here. Inconceivable if it's not on my list. Let me make sure I put it. I thought I had it there. Let me put it in the link here. Saving Star Trek. We're going to be talking some Star Trek tonight, of course, with the Unification episode that was out. So we'll be getting.
I've got the link in chat there for you, Mark.
Oh, you got it. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, Saving Star Trek. I knew that's what's there. Let me put that in my. I thought I had that in my channel list. It's ridiculous. Don't put me in the agonizer booth, please. Yeah. Gee. I'll put it in my Google Doc. Google Doc list. Hopefully I can talk tonight. But let's see. Your agonizer, please.
Your agonizer, please.
There we go. So let's see who else is in the chat here. And the Geek and I is here. Hail to the Geek and I. And thank you for sending me that stuff. And thank you for the link to Unification. Because then when I was looking for it again, it's unlisted. It's on the Otoy channel. And we'll go through all that in a few minutes. But it was unlisted. So thank you for that. You found it, JT, in Reddit or?
Yes, I did. Yeah, because I was looking around for it for a while. And you're right. It is unlisted. And of course, everyone wants to put up a news article about it, but never actually link you to the video, which in 2024 seems like poor form to me. But
why would it be unlisted? Does anyone know in the chat, or do you have an ID? Why would they unlist that video? Because it's they want everyone to see it. It's not like it was a leaked, it was announced everywhere.
I don't know, but it's got 750,000 views.
Yeah, maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe they need someone to manage their website. I don't know what. I mean, if anyone has an idea, but oh, and Tim has asked me, how did the Giants play today, Mark? Well, actually, the Giants really didn't play today. If you want to, it was a slaughter. It was they lost by like 4 touchdowns, or it was just they got rid of their starting quarterback. I apologize for the sports balling, but we'll take a couple seconds, and they got rid of their their number 1 pick that they picked 6 years ago, gone off the team. Didn't work out, unfortunately. So it's going to go to another team and become a superstar, probably.
That's always how it works.
Like the Jets quarterback is playing great right now, Sam Darnold. So they had the backup court, one of the Tommy, what's his DeVito. It's kind of is it DeVito or DeVita?
DeVito.
It's DeVito. Okay.
DeVito. Yeah, I've got him on my bench.
You got him on your fantasy bench. Yeah. So he didn't have a great game today, and it's just ugly. So I kind of hoping the Giants lose every game for the rest of the season, so they get a better draft pick. And hail to Apollo's Minion. Oh, hopefully this stream will be Truck Dog approved. Yes, sir. So everyone check out Apollo's Minion channel with her adventures with the Truck Dog. And let me put her link in the chat. And she's doing me an awesome picture, which is much appreciated, of the Micronauts, one of her custom bead pictures, which is awesome.
Oh, cool. I'll be happy to see that when it comes out.
Yep. And hi to Penny. Hey, Penny. Happy Sunday evening. So we got the gang.
Hey,
gang is all here, I think. Pretty much, right? Yep. So, antique computer audio goodness. Oh, yeah. And the floppy disk drive. Yep. Hey, I'm old enough. My first computer had a cassette tape. So, yeah. So let's get Teague. Yeah, I saw you're very close to 2K, which is awesome. So let's get him over the hump there. Yep. Warp 11 ahead, or Warp 14. Yep. The Geek and the Giants ever really play. It's been a while. Yeah. And Teague says, I think maybe because they're CGI guys and not YouTubers like Mexican Iron Man, they want us to look at their other stuff first. Best guess. Yeah, because I went to the channel and they had the teasers, and I think we're going to do what Teague has been doing very smartly. I'll put a Cosme link in. We can all go to the watch party room and then watch the video, and then talk about it on YouTube, obviously, and have the chat going on YouTube. But at least we'll take a break and watch it, so that you don't get nailed with the copyright gods going after you. But yeah, that's an interesting take. That could be. Yep, that could be. Yep. And let's see here. JT's team wins 24-6, and we find a way to beat up the Jets. Right? Yeah, to beat up the Jets. Nice. Yep.
Yeah, I think the Lions are 9 wins in a row now, something like that. I have never seen that in my entire life. They haven't done that since the 30s.
Yeah, even when they had some great teams. Yep. But when was the last time they won the Super Bowl?
They've never even been to the Super Bowl.
I set you up for that one. Very mean of me. Yes.
Yeah. I know.
Well, you could be a Jets fan too, but yeah.
Oh, this will be the ultimate. Charlie Brown gets the football taken away from him if they, lose in the NFC, conference finals. Oh, that would be.
That'd be bad. And Dadman's here, so Dadman, just because you're here again, we played the favorite clip earlier, but let's play this.
Nice. Ah! Never that way.
God damn it, Mark! Jeez.
And if Dadman's driving somewhere, let's make sure. Oh, let me take that.
I think he was driving in Fortnite recently.
Yeah. So be careful, Dadman, if you're driving. But this is why we warn Dadman when he drives. Tribute to Dadman behind the gas stations. That's from UFO. I forget what episode, but when I saw the aliens blowing up the gas station, I'm like, I got a clip of that for Dadman. Yep. And Dadman, I have that computer. Hopefully I'll ship it to you tomorrow. I got to find a box for it now. It's not too big, but I got to find a box. So it's giving Dad Man an older. That's just you can surf on it. Don't try to play Fortnite. I don't think it'll work, but just for surfing, it'll be fine. Yep. But it's not super duper. And Lenron says, yeah, the Lions are on fire. Yes, yes, they are. Yep. And please, let's not talk about the Jets again. They leave town and change their name. Oh yeah, I feel I got a lot of friends who are Jets fans, and yeah, being a Giants fan is definitely easier. So it's yeah, and I'm not that kind. You guys know me. I'm not that kind of person where I like to rub it in. Usually, usually sometimes I will, but when it's just that miserable, it's like, and then like my friends were at the Red Sox game when the Yankees beat them like 17-6, and they were up 3-0, and I'm like, I kind of I feel a little bit bad for them, but of course, then the Red Sox came back and won 4 games and won the World Series. So maybe I shouldn't have been so nice. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, I like the idea of no games until December. Yeah.
Well, the Lions have their Thanksgiving tradition of playing on Thanksgiving, so
yeah,
that should be interesting. Quite interesting. I have been to the game on Thanksgiving.
Oh, you have? Yeah.
Yeah, the joke was back when they were in Pontiac at the Silverdome. And the joke was always, don't worry, we'll be home for Thanksgiving dinner because they'll be losing so much by halftime. You're just going to leave anyway. So.
Yeah, for years it was never, typically not a good game on Thanksgiving. I mean, Barry, who was a great running back? Barry
Sanders. Yeah.
Sanders, yep, was amazing to watch. So, but yeah, it was usually, unless you had a really good team, playing them, it typically wasn't the best. No, the best, the best game. Yeah. So, and yeah, you never know if you're getting punked, I guess, right? So
exactly.
Geek and I was talking about Unification, and he said Carlos, how do you say his name? Benina is it was in his chat, and I think he's one of the one of the animators that works on that show on Unification and those episodes, short films, I should say. So
right.
Yeah, you never know, but if he was making sense, yeah, then that's pretty cool. Yeah, if he showed up to that, yep. So that'd be fun. Yeah, you never know if someone's actually, unless they come on or yep. But and Claude Salin is here. Hail to Claude Salin. Hello. And he says hi all. Yep. And then let's see. I want to start a 12-step program for recovering Jets fans. Rule number 1, there's nothing wrong with winning. And Dave is lurking tonight. So hail to the great Dave C. Yep. Fun hanging out with you on Fortnite Friday the other night. So yep. He's probably got a lot of work to do. Or he's just, I think the rumor was he was watching Wicked over and over again. He found a bootleg copy.
I think so. I think that's what it was.
Yeah. He's defying gravity
in
tonight.
The theater and not leaving. He just keeps sitting there for the next showing.
Over and over. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the great Daniel Barry Sports Highlight is here. Hey, Daniel. Yep. So not too many Giants highlights this week, but I'm sure there are a lot of great sports highlights this weekend. Yep. Some good, always some good plays on Sunday. Do you watch Red Zone, JT Kirk? Or
I do not, but I see a lot of highlights of things anyway, and I'm always glued to my fantasy app on Sundays.
Yeah, checking your fantasy. You know what they have now with the YouTube's TVs? They you can get your fantasy, and I apologize again. Well, geeks and nerds, we like numbers and fantasy, and you can have your stats on the screen there. When you're watching the game on like the right hand of the screen, you can see your team is doing and what players are in the game. Yep. Oh, and Geek and I says, he's the director. Thank you.
I did get bonus coverage of the Vikings Bears game and the Bears were down 11 with like a minute and a half left to go. They got the touchdown, got the 2-point conversion, got the onside kick, and kicked the field goal to go into overtime. It was with no timeouts for all of that at that point.
Wow.
So it was just crazy end of that game.
Nuts. Yep. And Courtney is not here yet tonight, but she'll be happy. Her Eagles look like they're running up the score on the Crams. So they just scored another touchdown. Yep. So let's see. I've got Carlos Benea. I hate it when I say people, if I get someone's names wrong, but he worked on Monsters University, Toy Story 3, WALL-E, Ratatouille, Cars, The Incredibles, Bounding, Finding Nemo. So quite an impressive take there. Yeah. Unification, 765874, Roddenberry Archive, The Cage. So as a director, so we'll watch that tonight too. But yeah, impressive list of work there. Hey, Davina Duckworth is here. Great to see you, Davina. Let's see, and let's see what Teague says. The only thing I can come up with the open of Unification is maybe Mitchell's burning in the fire of time, as Soren alludes to, which would save that line. By the way, maybe that could be because when we get into it, when we do the screen by screen, there's a lot going on there that could be just Kirk imagining things, but that could work too, because there's a lot of problems with Generations, but that could help tie up
just
some
a few
bad ends. Yeah, just a few. Yep. Yeah, blooper. Yep. Just a blooper. Yep.
Yeah, I never watched that movie much with a critical eye, and then I saw the review from Mr. Plinkett about that movie, and I'm like, that thing is officially ruined for me now, and I could never look at it the same again.
Yeah. And Lenrod doesn't mind the sports ball talk. Yeah. So we always always drift into that, especially on Sunday night. Yeah, when that's going on, and like the most boring thing you could ever do is talk about your fantasy team. I think to other people, because no one gives a f about your fantasy. I mean, good friends, we joke like, "How's your team doing?" or whatever. Like no one wants to see my fantasy team right now that is up 126.56 to 95.84. Just in case you're wondering. And I'm projected to be the winner, hopefully, by 98% chance. But I do it with my son too. It's fun. But
I was going to say, you have a secret cabal of statisticians working behind the scenes for your team, don't you?
You outed me. Yes, I do. Yeah. Except the kicker that I would have picked this week did a lot better. He went with a different kicker, so I got to rag him on that one. We're between two kickers because our main kicker's on a bye week. So, but it's all in good fun. But yeah, it's just like boring to go over your fantasy team. Yeah, and Leonard, unless your fantasy team is getting destroyed in a hilarious way, it's not worth it. Yeah, no one wants to, or the opposite too. Like, if you had like 1 million points that week or something, you just
right.
If you had like every perfect person in the in the game, then that works too. But it's a fun diversion, but it can kind of take away from enjoying your team a little bit, I think, too. Sometimes if you pay a little bit too much attention to it, you can then it's like just enjoy the game or enjoy what you're doing. Don't go too nuts with it. But of course, then people don't condone or endorse gambling, but you can go crazy. You can go crazy with gambling, and I guess all the they're advertising like crazy on the games, and a lot of kids are getting into trouble too, I'm sure, with the way that
it's crazy. I get about 10 pieces of mail between my wife and I every single week for gambling. All the popular apps and sites that you can think of. And then it's on billboards all over the place. It's in the newspaper that the city gives to us. And it's like every fourth commercial on over-the-air television. I'm like, I'm just happy I don't have a gambling problem, because
Thank God, right?
you
Yeah.
can't look away from it unless you're just not going to watch, or I mean, even in the mail. That's yeah. I've got opinions about that,
Yeah.
and maybe what they should allow and what they shouldn't. But yeah, in my state, it's just everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's just you can't avoid it. I mean, it's just which is scary too, because it's really. I mean, you can just gamble on your phone now too, unfortunately. So it can really get into trouble really fast. They like, we give you $100 free, or this free, or that free. It's kind of scary how easy you could get sucked into something like that. So
Oh, sure.
especially when it's tied into like the fantasy or the and you're having fun with it, and then let me just put a few bucks on it. Yeah. So and Parrothead says he lives in Nevada. Yep. So that could be dangerous. Yeah, I could go to New Orleans. Yeah. I mean Vegas. Yep. I'm amused by the sports betting ads. None of them are legal in Wisconsin. Yeah, they're only ones that are allowed there are the Indians. So, yeah, with the casinos, I guess. Yeah. So, but I guess that's eventually going to change. It's probably going to be most states, I'm assuming,
Mhm.
will have that. Yep. Yep. Oh, Michigan, but going through the
Yeah.
casinos. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
some of the books run through casinos here that are Indian casinos and all this. So I don't know who's taking a cut on what action. I'd like a piece of the action, but
Yeah. Oh, you don't
anyway.
say, right? Let's see if we got that clip ready to go. Yep. And I'm just clipping behind the scenes. I want to show. We'll do frame by frame on Unification, and we'll grab. We'll watch it in Cosme, and then we'll start with that, and then we'll talk about Cobra Kai and Wicked, and maybe a little bit of Chaos. And JT's got some slides from a comic. What was the Comic-Con official title
It
you
was
were at?
the Grand Rapids Comic-Con.
Grand Rapids. Okay. Yep. Yep. And here we go.
You
Here.
cooperate with us, and maybe we'll cut you in for a piece of the action.
I knew I had that clip at least.
Yeah, always love that.
So I'm clipping doing my slideshow, clipping behind the scenes. So I'm multitasking. So hopefully it works out. I can do two things at once. We'll see. It's kind of difficult, but yeah. But yeah. So we'll segue into Unification a little bit. They're not actually de-aging the actors, and I'll show a couple of scenes of that. They're actually putting actors in makeup and try to have a close physical appearance to our beloved actors portraying Kirk and Spock. So the actors are actually wearing some prosthetics or makeup, whatever you want to call it, to kind of look more like the actor. And they're actually, I guess you would call it digital makeup for lack of a better term. So they're not. It's not de-aging per se. So they're actually using these actors to portray Kirk and Spock and other characters in this mini movie or short, however you want to call it. So it's actually Shatner is not in this movie. Shatner is not there. They're not de-aging him. I know, and I believe they did the same thing with, was it Mark Hamill in The Mandalorian?
They did some similar effect work like that.
Yeah, it was a different actor. It wasn't maybe they used his voice of Mark Hamill, but I don't think Mark Hamill was actually doing the stunts or the or acting in the Mandalorian. So maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, Tom is here giving us a salute. And then
Tom said they used the aging in that one. In the
that was
Skywalker.
In Skywalker, so it was Mark Hamill on set. Maybe they did. It could have. I'm 100% could be wrong, or maybe some of the stunt scenes. Maybe it was the younger actor. Maybe that's what I'm remembering. Not sure, but I thought maybe that was some of it was de-aging, and some of it then was that digital mask or whatever. But it didn't look that good. I have to say. I think didn't they hire the guy? Then the guy did a test, and he was publishing it, and he actually did a better job than Lucasfilm on de-aging Mark
Yeah,
Hamill. Then they hired the guy.
Yeah, that and then Princess Leia and Grand Moff Tarkin, all three of those, I feel like had issues.
God, yeah.
And you know
Grandma
they
Tarkin was
spent,
horrible too.
you know, money was no expense for them, right? It was just
Yeah.
blank pocket, you know, blank checkbook, and that's what you got. So
Okay, so Brian's saying, yeah, Hamill did the standing scene acting, but not the stunts. Okay, that's what I thought I was remembering. Yep. He was, but they had the stand-in, yep. But it was ILM, yep. This is more like, oh, there we got Tom. We got Tom. Awesome. Hey, Tom, how's it going?
Yeah, I thought I'd bop in for a little bit, but I don't know how long I'll be.
Thank you.
I know I say this every time, but I really don't know how long I'll be able to stay tonight.
That's
'cause I've been
okay.
running for like 10 hours straight now. So like
You get
Yeah.
fried, I'm sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
my ears are starting to hurt from the headphones and everything. But yeah, no, like actually it's weird because we were talking about this the other day, and I don't know if you guys were watching the show or not, but Otoy actually showed up in our chat. One of the people from Otoy did. And they
Wow.
were answering some of the questions. But yeah, so it's an interesting process. See, over at Disney, the deal they do over there is it's ILM's proprietary software that they insist on using, right? Like
Okay.
that's part of the
whether
problem.
it's
is-
any good or not.
Exactly. So it's not even deep faking, right? Like, because in a lot of these cases, especially with if you have the actor and as long as their body type hasn't changed much, you can do
Yep.
a pretty good job with deep fake. But they refuse to use deep fake because it's an open source, right? And then we've talked to Gary Tunnicliffe before, and you probably don't know his name, but he's a makeup artist who worked on a bunch of the Hellraiser and Scream movies and a couple of the Crow sequels and stuff like that, and a bunch of other stuff. And you know, he had said this like a couple of years back. He's like, "This is the future, this digital masking." And he explained this process to us. He's like, it's happening now. He's like, you have all these actors going in at various stages, especially when they're younger, and getting themselves scanned every so often. And then they basically have this file that then they can use later on for like a digital mask, or they can create a mask over top of that will then blend seamlessly with them on screen. So where like, okay, so like one time they'll put the actor in the makeup, right? And they'll scan them in that makeup. But then they can act for like 20 days straight without ever having to go and sit in the makeup chair ever again. Right? Like
Wow.
they'll do their hair, they'll do the costuming and all that business, but then they may either have just some markers or no markers at all needed, depending on how you do it. Because like Otoy didn't use markers at all; they used actual points on the makeup instead.
Wow.
And basically that's what they'll do is it'll just like the computer then will apply this digital mask over top of the actor, so then from there on out they don't have to keep applying the makeup. They can just keep doing that. And I said, doesn't that kind of put you out of business? To Gary, he's like, yes and no. He's like, we still need it for the initial, but what it does do is save me and the actor and the production so much fucking time, money, and effort in doing, 4 to 8 hour makeup jobs every day. And it takes just about as
That's
many
grueling.
hours to have it
Grueling,
taken
right?
off as well, right? Yeah. So
Right.
I mean, for an actor, when they're doing makeup work, like, I mean, that's why guys like Robert Englund says they can't take doing Freddy anymore. But I'm like, you could now compared to then, because all you got to do is just come in and do the acting part, right? Like the rest can be
Wow.
done around you now. That's the beauty of it. And you only have to put the makeup on once or not at all, considering there's how much footage of somebody like Robert Englund as Freddy. All you got to do is just make a digital version of that now, right? So like that's the future of this, is like it does take that out of the equation, and for some people it's going to be scary because they won't be working as much, but for other people it'll take a lot of the time and money and problems out of this. And seeing something like this does show you how far they've come, and you can see a few of the seams here and there, and I would say there's a few uncanny valley moments.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, there's some of the shots here that are some of the most photorealistic moving segments I've ever seen with human CGI work or makeup / mixed with CGI, however you want to call it, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Because it is kind of its own
I
little
like
animal.
the term
Yeah.
digital makeup. I don't know if
Because
that's
even I
pointing
believe
at
like
term
they were saying that some of this was full prosthetic too. Like there's 3 parts to this, and the first 2 parts were released because this is like a project that's been being worked
For a
on for like
while.
3 years or something like that. Yeah. So like one of the last ones they had with Spock, where it was a full prosthetic, I guess they were trying to say in the chat, like it had none, the mask itself was no digital work at all. So yeah, I don't know how much of it is actual full on like mask prosthetics that they have there, because they've got really far with some of that stuff now too. So, and I've seen
The
some of
one
the
thing-
behind the scenes stuff too. And I don't know if some of it they've applied the faces through the behind the scenes or what, because it's like if it's not digitally
Yeah.
applying it, then that's just makeup and they look like the actor. So
Yeah, I'm just wondering what some Brian was saying that Kirk was actually Kirk Shatner was actually shot for this from behind the scenes. My understanding was he wasn't in it at all, but that's even
yeah,
cooler
he
if
was
he was.
there and or for part of it or whatever they needed it for, because like I guess there was even some talking scenes that they didn't use.
Okay.
Because some people also noted that, oh well, it's not advanced enough yet for lip movement and talking. And then Otoy said, oh no, we did some scenes, they just got cut out.
Yeah,
and they
so
also
what,
told us that this was actually done basically on Paramount's with Paramount's not only blessing, but under their they gave him the parameters and everything to work with. So I mean, this is a little bit more official than you'd think, I guess. Even
yeah,
though
it's
being
weird.
released under the still kind of being
Otoy.
released under the fan film banner, but yeah.
Oh yeah, here, this is what I wanted to show. Here, I found it. That's why I was let me share my screen here. Let me share screen, and I'm going to share the audio here. So let me share this. So now this is wild. Hey, Geek and I is here. Hail to the great Geek and I. Thank you for joining.
Greetings.
Hello.
Greetings from outer space.
Good. I
So
won't feel
here-
so bad since I have to check out earlier tonight.
Oh, that's
Usually.
okay.
There is a problem.
Let me just now. This is actually Robin Curtis with this digital makeup, or as you were saying, Tom. So let's
Well,
play
I think
the,
some of her shots wasn't that just her in regular old makeup.
well, the show they're doing this digital masking on her. So this is a line from the comic book Star Trek Early Voyages, which we reviewed on the Clubhouse with Clobber and Times and Raquel. And I'm predicting. Well, I bet you these comics are going to go through the roof probably in the next few days. I own all the copies. I just went and bought a bunch of copies on eBay again. But let's play this.
However, there is a problem. Her temporal integrity is decaying. She is alien to this timeline, and it is beginning to reject her. If she is not returned to her natural time frame soon, she will perish.
Okay, so this is actually digital footage, is what you're saying?
That's Robin Curtis. Now this line, I'm going to pull up the comic book, but this is from Star Trek on what's it, Early Voyages, and this is a scene. She's reading a line from that comic book, so
Right,
let's pull up
and
comic
that
book.
image of her is a digital
That's current.
manipulation.
A digital manipulation of her today. So that was Robin Curtis,
and that was her talking.
That's her talking.
Wow,
So let's play that again. This
Send
is Robin
that to
Curtis.
Me, can you? When you're
Yeah, I
done
will.
there?
Yep.
'Cause I
Yeah,
want to
yep.
send that
I'll
to
put it.
somebody actually.
So this is
However,
Robin Curtis
there is a
today.
problem.
I see a little bit
Actress
now
that-
that you say it. I can see a little bit of bounce in the mouth, but otherwise it's damn near
Yeah.
perfect.
Timeline, and it is beginning to
Yeah, a little
reject her.
bounce.
If she's
Of
not
course, this
returned
is
to her natural
YouTube
time frame
over
soon,
you know.
Yeah, but I mean,
over
you
the
just get that
interwebs,
little bit of
You
You
digital,
get that
like,
little flavor. Yeah, yeah.
You
Yeah.
can see it. Mhm.
but it's
Yeah.
that's pretty
It's
damn
subtle.
good.
It's
Yeah, let me
very
put that
subtle.
link in the chat for everyone. This
Yeah,
is Dave
thanks.
Glass. So let me put that in here. So this is Savick, and it just blew me away. It's like, because this is not, it's not, de-age. It is de-aging, but it's actually using this digital
The digital mask. right.
mask. Yeah, so it's a different technology, and it's a much better technology because they're overlaying the person, almost like we do those silly things on Zoom where it's you have the cat face or something. You put a hat on yourself. But this is actually doing. Oh, so here's the line from the comics. Yep. So this is Dave Blass says the possibilities for artists are infinite. Again, I stress this is actors and craftsmen using new tools. We shot with cameras on sets with real wardrobe and at real locations that were augmented. So that's the line from the comic. Her temporal integrity is decaying. She's alien to this time. So this is let me pull up Star Trek that Star Trek Unlimited comic. But it's just wild that they're able to do this. And this is then you get into the ethics / should you do it? Should you have, could you bring Marlon Brando back? But when you have the actual actress, like that's Robin Curtis, so you could conceivably do, that's her acting, and it's just, like you said, wearing makeup or looking younger. So just amazing, yeah. So this is kind of blowing everyone away, but part of it, everyone's really enjoyed it, and part of it is the technology. There's two parts to this story, so it's amazing, yeah.
The one thing I wonder about is if you're doing all this digital masking in the future and you have 2 or more actors in the same scene, are they going to be able to act to the same level as when everyone was actually wearing the makeup? We saw what happened with Lucas, right, in the prequels when they removed the physical sets and a lot of that, and how
Yeah.
flat some of that acting became because the actors just weren't aware of their surroundings because it was green screen. And some of that,
Yeah.
I wonder, will you lose some of the reactions and some of the facial expressions because you're basically just reading a stage act instead of going all out?
Yeah, so here's the scene from the comic, and it's wild that they picked up on this Star Trek Early Voyages comic. It's just it's amazing. Yeah. So let me go to the cover, and then you've got Kirk in this weird outfit. So this is a timey-wimey story where Colt steals an artifact from an ancient society that ends up changing time and sends her into the future, and then it messes up Kirk's backstory. So Kirk never becomes captain of the Enterprise. He becomes like almost like a Firefly cap, almost like Mel, Mel on Firefly, that type of smuggler. So he bounces out of Starfleet. Let's show it. Sorry for bouncing around here, but let's get to the cover here so you can see the cover. And there's a scene where he's wearing that tie. Oh, here it is. Yep. So he's wearing this funky tie. So this is Kirk meeting Captain Pike, and because of this temporal mix-up, which I do hate the time travel stuff, but it's for a comic book it's fine. So here, Futures is the episode and or comic, and this is Early Voyages number 14. So these have got to be selling out everywhere, I'm sure. But I think I'm trying to find the picture of. They had some shots on the sets. Of course, here's. This is actually turns out to be Savick and Spock's son. If you read, there's a novel that this is taking this from, and this is always fan conjecture that Star Trek 3 they got it on when Spock was Pon Farr. I don't like this subplot, but they tied this into Unification. So that's why he's Sorak. And if you read that I can't remember the name of the Star Trek novel where they did that, but I'm trying to find the. They had some pictures. With Twitter, when you have these threads here, this is actually a photo from that behind the scenes. So they're recreating that comic book, and that was one of the tests. So trying to see if I can find something on there, but yeah, it's just amazing, this technology. Yeah. So yeah, if Davina says, yeah, if young actors never get a chance to compete against older ones like Harrison Ford, right? Yeah. So and Tiga saying, this is one from the lead up shorts for Unification. No, that's I think it was on the cutting right. Tom, you were saying there was stuff that was on the cutting room floor.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what, but I know there was the 2 shorts before, but no, those were pretty clearly leading up. This looks like it's for something different or for a test, like you were saying. It makes me wonder if they're doing more stuff in the future. I mean, yeah, because why would you go to all that trouble and not use it? Not something like that. I mean, that to me looks like they might be setting up. They might be doing more. Yeah.
Here's the picture here. This is what I was trying to find. Yep. So So this is that picture from the comic. and then this is live action with the green screen. So I get they were doing some tests, and we'll play some of those other earlier ones. Yep, but so
I
that's
don't think this was
actually
meant for unification. I think this is.
just a test, maybe. But why would they go through all this trouble?
I don't think
with,
it's just a test. I think they're going to be releasing more stuff.
They got to be, right? Because
I think so.
why would you spend the? I mean, if you did a test, you'd do like Kirk and in a in like the Wrath of Khan uniform. You wouldn't do a test. I mean, they've used Rand's character. They've had her in Unification. That was a teaser. So I guess it's all this. I'm guessing it's this comic that they're adapting in a sly kind of backhanded way. These
Maybe.
untold early voyages story.
Maybe.
Yeah, so there's the tie there. But
And who's to say it couldn't be a plausible backdoor test to see if this is something they couldn't get away with doing in the future?
Right?
Depending on how expensive or inexpensive it is. I mean, I like some of this stuff, but at the same time, I'm just like, I mean, I do have reservations about some of it and certain things. Like, I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't want to sound like I'm raining on anybody's parade because this is really cool. But I feel like the only reason the only reason it might be resonating as much as it is, besides the emotional side of it, which I totally am not taking anything away from or disregarding, is the fact that everything else Trek sucks so bad right now. And that's what I've been saying is I think otherwise this thing would just be kind of like a cool little like DVD extra, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
we'd all be kind of reacting to it, but not in the way we are now because of the way how bad Trek is. Because otherwise, if we had decent Trek, be like, oh yeah, it's cool to have that little like nod and send off for Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
But I think that'd have been about the size of it. I don't think it would have gotten as much attention otherwise. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
No,
I just hope it teaches
I agree.
Paramount the right lesson.
And that was the other thing I was gonna say. This didn't grab me as much. I know a lot of people loved it and brought the tears by it, but maybe it was just when I watched it or in my emotional space. And I was thinking about exactly what you said, Tom. I was like, why didn't it grab me as much personally, as huge of a Star Trek fan? You guys have all seen my office and all the quote unquote junk that I have surrounded by it, but it didn't grab me. And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, well, maybe one part of it is because how horrible New Trek is, and how it's kind of driven me crazy, and I think that takes away from your love of the old. Not that I'll never ever love the old stuff, insanely, but it just kind of anything new kind of just has that stain to it, I guess, where it's this is obviously. Most of it, well, of course, they throw in Discovery stuff into this when we get more into detail of it, but it's just when you've got lines like this, and I apologize again.
Sorry, I ordered mac and cheese on purpose. I'm trying new things because my comfort zone has become uncomfortable.
When you've got that into a
my
show,
comfort zone has become uncomfortable. What in the super fuck does that actually mean?
From macaroni and cheese.
Yes.
Apologize for the language, but
no, you use it there.
Holy hell.
Have
that
you watched
is some
Discovery?
word salad. That doesn't even mean anything.
Have you watched Discovery? Obviously,
enough, but not that far.
Do you like to put pins and needles in your eyes too?
Yeah. Right.
And who doesn't like mac and cheese? Come on.
Right?
Come on.
That was disturbingly not delicious.
So
what?
Even bad mac and cheese is good mac and cheese.
Right.
I mean, so that kind of stuff just gets you.
She's lying. She's a fat chick. She loved it.
She loved mac and cheese. Yeah. And of course, we had this in Discovery. Close your eyes, avert your ears. I'll only do 3 seconds. So
good God,
that kind of stuff is. And then you had someone on the bridge when a character lived. Like, would you ever see Sulu doing that, or of the bridge.
Sulu does that. Well, I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Yeah. Right.
Oh my.
Oh my. Yep. So that's where the travesty. I think that's the travesty of it. And Davina has a great point here. Yeah, imagine if there's only one James Bond, Sean Connery. No Lazenby, Moore, Dalton, Brosnan, Craig. That's a great
this is
point.
kind of where I'm getting at too. And I'm not saying I necessarily want these characters necessarily recasted either. But I mean, I'm kind of looking at it like Kirk and Spock had their time. Their adventures are very well documented. That's the beauty of it, is that people can refer back to them within the universe, and it doesn't take you out because, there was a log, right? We do know their adventures. We know everything they went through. So do the people in the universe, usually, if they studied up on them. But you can do other things in the same time periods or different time periods. It's like they forgot the whole idea of Star Trek Beyond TOS was to explore. That the beauty of TNG was, it's one of the few times they managed to do a spinoff, and it, almost in some ways surpassed the popularity of the original without having to rely on the original so much, right? Because it is kind of its own thing.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that were brought into TNG without even ever seeing the original series. The only thing that really connects the two, the only thing that connects the two is the ship, and at the end of the day, it's just the name of the ship, really. I mean, so to me, it's like, okay, they had their time. Let's go elsewhere, or let's go do some other things. Although I think another positive of this could be, although I didn't really notice much of it here in this short, but I think like a possible future popular thing within sci-fi that I think Hollywood's overlooking is retrofuturism. I think is going to come in a big hot way. And I think Star Trek should be the flagship of that. And I don't know if you guys know what I mean by retrofuturism.
Oh yeah, what do you mean by retrofuturism?
Okay, so like how the 1960s, the Star Trek basically they pictured the future, like Flash Gordon and all that kind of stuff, but now modernized. It'll all look and feel like that, but it'll be done with modern, technology as far as special effects and stuff. But the beauty of it will be like it's Star Trek feeling like it's in the world of Star Trek that we always saw before. Kind of like this short felt to a lot of people probably.
Yeah.
Like notice how much they leaned into the classicness. And I've noticed there's a lot of stuff coming out for Trek material that has that retrofuturism kind of. It's kind of comparative to like steampunk in a way, but it's
okay.
Star Trek basically created it, right? Like the whole idea. Back to the Future 2 is chock full of retrofuturism now. At the time it came out, it wasn't. Now it is. Does that make sense? So you're basically emulating stuff from the past that they thought the future was going to be. So like whatever the 1950s and 60s thought that the future was going to be, that's the kind of stuff where I think that's going to start becoming more popular in like a pop kind of way, if that makes sense. I mean, maybe I'm far off, but I think our generation will eat that kind of shit up.
Yeah, kind of like the Fantastic Four movie. We always thought of
good example. If they do that right,
in the 60s,
retrofuturism, exactly.
Yeah, like the 60s version of the future in the movie,
which is kind of what Bond should do, kind of a form of that. Not exactly, but a form of that. Where you basically take Bond back to the 60s, and you give him all the cool, fancy gadgets and stuff that never would exist. But that's the whole point. Is it's a retrofuturism, right? The
60s aesthetic. Yeah,
it's a 60s aesthetic with modern, special effects technology to make it look more realistic. That's all. And they got this idea that they had to get away from what old Trek was, like they were embarrassed by it and stuff. It's like, no, that's the stuff we embrace. Like
that's why we love it. Yeah. Oh, and sorry about the echo, guys, and hail to Joe Doug.
That's just when you played the video.
Yeah, why would it echo if I played? Oh, maybe
I think it depends on how you have it set up in your mic or whatever.
Yeah, probably was going through twice. I'm sorry about that. Yep. Yeah, and RIP to Chuck Willery, the original host of Wheel of Fortune Daytime. Yeah, I remember watching Chuck when I was a little kid on Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, he won't be back in 2 and 2 anymore.
Nope, unfortunately. Yep. Did he do, what was it, the dating game, or was it, what was it? The
Newlywed Game, I believe.
Newlywed Game, yep.
Yeah.
But a great game host, yep. Oh, and Lenrod, no, you really, Tom probably hasn't heard this one, or I don't know if the Geek and I had seen this one, or JT, but let's give you this classic. You might not know this one. And I saw this on sale in a magnet at Comic-Con, and I Googled it. I had forgotten the line because I have watched all of Discovery, but I think I've tried to erase it from my memory banks. But here's where's this line here? Here we go.
I love feelings.
If you want the Marc D,
I remember that.
you remember that? Here's the Marc D version.
I love feelings. I love feelings. I love feelings. I love feelings.
I love how much weight she gained over the show.
Well, in her defense, she was pregos on the show too. So.
I know, but still.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did have a couple kids, but then recently she divorced and announced she had switched teams.
Oh well, she announced she had switched teams before she got married. While she was married, I thought she was doing that for porn.
The exact timeline on that may be up in the air, but
a couple of years ago, I remember reading an article that she was a switch hitter, but not that it doesn't matter. But it seems like it's just like to help your resume to get jobs, I guess. But
I know, right? Like Kelly Marie Tran now and everything. I'm
Yeah.
queer. It's like nobody cares.
We don't care. We don't
Right.
care.
Your baseline buy in Hollywood now, anyway. I guess so. Like, what the hell?
Doesn't matter, right?
Just like that's a Star Trek deep cut there, if you guys remember. I can't remember who it was, but they said, yeah, everybody in Star Trek is baseline buy now.
Yeah. Did you hear the person that came out of straight the other day?
Oh my God. Did they get lynched?
Yeah. So it's like we've moved so far beyond that, and it's just
Don't
especially
tell
when
anybody, but I kissed a girl
yeah.
and I liked it.
I mean, I could just do not care. God bless
I'm
you.
getting experimental. I thought maybe,
Maybe, yeah.
I might just be straight.
now see, we're laughing about all this, but Tom, your retro futurism thing is a great idea. I just wonder if they could ever actually make it work because of the unburning desire to shove modern day politics
Right
into everything. And if you try to put it into a retro futuristic setting, I just don't think it will work at all, which we've already seen.
Yeah, you got to keep the
some of
modern
that
politics out of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that the basis of, what was it, Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow?
Yes, that was a very retro futurism type movie.
Yep.
Yes, a little ahead of its time. Yeah, I would say.
I liked that movie well enough. I mean, it wasn't the best movie ever made, but I thought it was cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun. It's been years since I saw it, but it was interesting to watch. So
Angelina Jolie in it too.
Well, and I think
Yeah,
a
that
big
doesn't
part
hurt.
of it is we gotten into a place in the world where it's just so hard. Because a lot of these movies now, like, it's funny. I love the videos where they're like, if this movie came out now, it'd be over in like 10 minutes, right? Because cell phones and everything else that are in the world now, and stuff like that. So sometimes it's like, I keep wondering, is like, I bet you if you did the statistics, like there are more period piece films that come out now than ever before. And the weird thing is the period that they use the most is the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
right? Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that's
Sure.
like the trend?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
And then why do you think that is?
Yeah. This is what's popular.
Well, not just that, but it's the easiest way to make movies because everything would be so easy nowadays. Is like it's so hard to make a modern film. And you ever notice how they just kind of, unless there's some sort of plot point that kind of hinges on the cell phone, they try to just basically ignore them as much as possible in more modern films.
Yeah, because the cell phone ruins so many like adventures in babysitting, the shirt.
Well, not just the cell phone, but what you can access with it too, right? Like
Yep,
you can get
the
almost every
info.
answer. Like imagine Die Hard with a Vengeance if John McClane had a fucking cell phone and access to Google.
Over.
The movie would be over in 10, 15 minutes. Exactly.
Yeah. It's over. All over. It's done. Yeah. Yeah.
He'd have all the answers and Simon be like, fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just
Chester A. Arthur. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah, you don't realize that too or like credit cards, like
Oh yeah,
Credit cards are relatively modern. I'd say the 80s, most people started having credit cards. Started in the 70s with the Diners Club card, where it was really invented, or my first recollection was going out to dinner, and you didn't have to write a check going out to dinner. And it was called the Diners Club card. And of course, Amex and women actually weren't allowed to own credit cards until they changed the law, I think, until late 70s.
Not just that, to have a credit card up through up until like the 80s was a luxury thing, right?
Oh yeah.
You had to be a pretty high roller, yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You had a big bucks. Yeah, it wasn't like you go to college and try to give everyone a credit card, or as soon as you're 18, here's the get a credit card. It's like we had Columbia House when we were kids, but you guys have credit cards. So,
yeah, that was where we learned how to scam. Which is funny because it was just people, they were scamming us while we were scamming them. That's why we don't feel bad about it at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think I still owe them $20.
I'm sure I still owe them a lot more than that.
Right?
Come and get it.
Come and get it, yeah.
You ain't getting that Hootie and the Blowfish back from me, motherfucker.
Right? No effing way. Yeah.
Well, no, and there was a whole thing behind. I don't know if you guys say, not to sidetrack too much, but somebody put out like a quasi documentary.
Here.
Yeah, about Columbia House a little while back. Though, did you guys ever see this?
No.
He worked there, and he actually happened. It was, he happened. I can't remember if he got a video camera for Christmas or something like that. But he's one of those annoying fuckers back in the day when they get a video camera, they decided they got to videotape everything, right?
Everything,
like you're in the
right,
shower and birthday parties, everything. So like, so he started filming because he started working at Columbia House. So he started filming his life working at Columbia House. So he ended up using it for this documentary down the road. And It's amazing to see how they worked. And you realize what kind of a scam they were, but the record industry just kind of let it go, because you want to know why? Because even though the record industry didn't see a dime from Columbia House or BMG, those went, basically they counted as sales. So that's why Hootie and the Blowfish sold like X amount of CDs, because of Columbia House and BMG and all that kind of stuff. And even though the record companies and the artists would never see a dime usually from these places, and they never even had licenses for this crap.
Oh, they just did it on their own?
Yeah, they were just doing it like it was kind of like an implied. It was called an implied license. Okay, so what they would do was, and this is really funked up how I don't even know if you could even, I'm sure you can't even do this legally anymore.
No, you could get killed.
So what they would do is they would just periodically send the record companies these checks, right? And the way they would assume it is, as long as the record companies, and this is how the legal department worked, as long as the record company would cash the check, there's nothing they could do. And like I said, it was kind of like this unsaid like thing between the companies where they didn't like them because they didn't get the sales out of them. But you know what? The sales that they were doing compared to whatever was like, didn't matter. It boosted the image of the albums. So in it would still boost their sales on the other end. In Columbia House, if you actually paid them, they were making a mint, right? Because they were overcharging by the buttload.
Yeah, as soon as you got that first set, then you're like, I was paying Columbia House.
And the trick of them was they would send you a friggin' one every month if you forgot to send in that stupid card, and you were stuck with it because it was more of a hassle to send it back than it was to just pay for the damn thing.
It's like, I don't want the Tears for Fears album. Please, I don't want it.
I friggin' hated this album, but I'm stuck with it now.
Yeah. So how did they? What was the catch on it? You had to buy so many albums. What was the catch?
That was usually the catch. Is you generally had to buy 5 or 6 or so whatever albums within a certain period, and of course with that markup would cover whatever cost usually that they would. They would print their own stuff. So
didn't they have their own they had their own compilations and stuff too, or greatest hits at one point?
Well, you kind of had like the K-Tels and other things like that. But back when they had records and tapes, they were really, really lousy quality, right? Because what they would do is they'd end up getting like the record masters after they'd been printed, like, whatever, because they only allow so many prints off a disc before they retire it, and then they're supposed to toss it. But instead, back in the day, they would just give it to Columbia House or whatever. Somebody would hand it off to them or BMG, and then they would use it to print off their record albums. So that's why when you get their record albums, they would sound like shit. Like, cause you're getting like the end of the runs. So they're running another 10,000, 25,000 runs off this master that had already been run to death. Well, the beauty of it was when digital came along, there was no degradation, right? And printing had gotten so good that their CDs and everything had looked almost exactly like the real ones. So their quality was that good, right? So like at that point, it was definitely like all bets were off. So like, oh God, when that happened, like I was like 17 different people living in my house. Like,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
we all had Columbia House accounts.
All at Columbia House, right? Yeah, or like you'd check with your roommates, like make sure you don't get this album this month, or don't get this one, or don't get that one. Yeah, I mean it was.
But yeah, their scam with it was to just keep sending you the ones every month, and you'd rack up these charges, and then they'd endlessly and harass you endlessly with, after so long, if you wouldn't pay them, then they'd turn it over to a collection agency, which the collection agency in turn would pay them like a certain percentage of whatever it's worth. So then they just wash their hands of you, and then it's up to the collection agency to collect the money from you. And so that's what they're going to do, is just harass you endlessly. And then the beauty of it is eventually your parent would just go, look, my kid is 12. And they go, really? Yeah.
Yeah. You want to go to jail? Yeah.
No, they can't do crap at that point, right? Like,
yeah. Are you going to sue a 12-year-old?
You're going to sue a 12-year-old? Exactly. Like, no. I don't think they ever took anybody to court over that. And the music industry learned the hard way with the Napster business and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like the 4 or 5 people they did go after, which was ridiculous. And I still don't even know if they ever got everything.
Did they ever get reimbursed or did it get tossed? Or because then a few people.
I don't think they did, because the one guy lost like millions of dollars trying to fight this thing, and I don't think he ever did get reimbursed.
Yeah, or dismiss the charges, or
because a lot of it was just the music industry just let it go. It's kind of because they realized it was going to be such a uphill battle to fight this thing. Because the one guy he bankrupted himself like time and time again to keep appealing and fighting these guys. And I think he came real close to winning, and he still ended up losing like one of his last cases. And he was like, that was it, I'm done. Because he's like destitute now because of it all. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I have family in the music industry, but back in the day, they made all their money from albums. But now you can only make money from touring. Basically, that's the only way to go. So unless you're
self-made now, right? Like
unless you're
like Taylor Swift, who became popular during the age of the early social media days, basically, right? She kind of was a self-made artist, and a lot of them are now. Look at like Billie Eilish and all of them guys. I mean, even some of the actresses we have now got started as quasi musicians on YouTube. The first one I can think of is Florence Pugh. She started by
she was a musician.
Yeah, she started doing YouTube years ago when she was really young. She would just do songs, like she would do cover songs and some original stuff, just her and her guitar, and that's how she got discovered. That's how a lot of these girls and stuff get discovered sometimes. Yeah,
that was kind of like the new Disney Channel, the new Mickey's Clubhouse or whatever.
Kind of, but less pedophilia, I guess.
Yeah, right. And Teeks at the Columbia House is still looking for me over Erlene Mandela.
Now that's a movie idea. There's a movie idea. Columbia House has had enough over these years. They hire a hitman to go.
Going after the Admiral Teague. Admiral, you still owe us $5.95.
You enjoying that Nevermind CD?
Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yeah. Oh God. But
I'll bet you wish you paid for that Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation CD now, huh?
Yeah. Oh, for sure, yeah. But it's
you forgot.
The Columbia House is fun. Oh, Davina wants the Tears for Fears album. Shout, let it all out. If I ever end up in hell, it's
not that one. It's the one with Seeds of Love. You don't want it.
I don't want Shout. I just can't hear Shout anymore.
No, that's the shitty part. Is you wouldn't get one of their good albums.
Yeah.
You always get stuck with the shit album that nobody likes.
Yeah. Right. Tom scam the scanners.
That's the best. I'm not like, I love it. Like when you don't realize, like sometimes on the morning show when I get quiet, you know what I'm doing is when I get like some like those stupid phone calls, like, your insurance is about to lapse or whatever. Your Medicaid insurance is like, and I'm not, I ain't got no Medicaid. So I know what these are. They're just scammers trying to scam old people out of money.
Yeah.
So I'll just stay on the phone with them as long as I can keep them. And I'll just fuck with them. And I've done it live on the show, but you can't always, sometimes they say shit that I don't want to get in trouble for. So like,
yeah, you gotta be careful. Yeah.
But you piss them off good enough and they get pissy.
I can recognize most of the numbers, and when I answer, I just say, "Oh, I'm glad you called. I'd like to. Did you know your car warranty has expired?" And they hang up on me.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that. If I'm in a hurry, I'll do something like that. But like, if I've got nothing better going on, I'll try and waste as much of their time as possible. That way, I know they're not scamming somebody else.
Scamming someone else.
And not only that, that means they're probably going to get yelled at by their boss. Because that means you wasted 15, 20 minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever talking to some idiot instead of getting off the phone and trying to find another sucker.
There is a foundation, and they do have a YouTube channel, but gosh, the name of them is eluding me at the moment, where they try to go after those call centers, and they'll actually find them. Yeah.
There's like Forrest Green, I think, is one of them, and there's the one guy who actually puts on the voices and all that stuff, and I can't remember his name either.
And it's funny because he knows Hindi and a couple other Indian languages. So he'll just start talking in their language back to them.
Oh no!
Oh, I love the ones where they'll like end up turning 2 or 3 of them against each other. Like that's the because they like I think the other one scamming the scammer is like, wait a minute, that's my
line.
That's my guy. You get away from him. Like I'm gonna scam him first, kind of thing. Like.
Yeah, or they
get
or you can hear what they're saying in the background. Yeah, if you understood the language. Yeah.
The better ones yet is when they hack into their systems and they can actually have like the cameras and stuff, and you can see them in panic in real time, or they flip their cameras on, and then they'll like catch them live, and then they'll like freak them out. Like it's really funny. No, I love those. Those are great.
Right.
Because like I hear so many stories all the time, and I get it. Some people you're just like, how could people fall for some of this shit? But you'd be surprised because they do. They obviously go after the most vulnerable people.
Yep.
Right. So that's
they nail people. Yeah, like a lot of my computer. I did a lot of computer consulting. Like the little old lady started up. Well, Mark, I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just gave them my credit card number, and they said I had a virus on my computer. And
oh shit,
and they're smart. Like one of these people was a doctor. It's like just an elderly person, but just unfortunately, fell for it, and you catch you at the right time, and that's the only reason they do it because it works. Or it's like my mother-in-law. They kept going after him. Like you have, I gave her a Chrome box, so like you don't have. I'm like, you don't have a computer, you can't get a virus, or don't worry about it. Or if something happens, you just reset the Chrome, the Chromebook. It's a Chrome box, but same difference. And I'm like, you're just browsing. You don't need antivirus, you don't need anything. You just hit that reset button. But yeah, they scam a lot of people, unfortunately. So it's nuts. Yeah. So. Lenrod says, yeah, I once stopped a scammer at a grocery store. An old gal had a call, heard what she was saying, and stopped her there. Yeah, good. That's a good deed. Yep. Yeah, because you can catch you at the right moment, and boom. Yep. And Teague says, stop telling everyone I have to get money to pay off Columbia. So he had 20% interest compounded over 30 years. Yeah. Right?
Well, we heard you were their worst customer, so.
Yeah. Yeah, they're out.
47 accounts to this house alone. We'll see you in court.
Right?
He tasks me, and I shall have him. I would not presume to debate you. It is very cold in space.
They're coming after you.
Revenge is a dish that is best served cold.
Con!
You've got Genesis, but you don't have me.
Genesis? What's Genesis?
Yeah.
Is that with or without Phil Collins?
I was going to say, what do you want with a progressive rock man from the 90s?
Yeah.
I mean
I
to
know they
avenge myself upon you, Admiral.
What are they going to do for you?
I haven't watched that movie in a few
They're
months. I got to
long
watch it
dead.
again. Yeah.
I was gonna say it's been maybe a month for me. I have to go and watch it again.
Yeah.
I've
You
had a
watching that
hankering.
again?
It's just the problem is when I sit down and start, like I got to start, from the movie, and then it's like, you got to keep going, and you can't stop until you watch them all. It's like, I got the time.
Oh, you know why? I thought I stopped my screen. I was still echoing on that.
That or he's talking about mine for when I went con.
Oh, the echo. Yeah. That's the echo. Yes, that is good. Yeah, that is pretty damn good. I got to say. Yeah, that was a nice one. Yeah.
Bridge is smashed. The computer's inoperative.
I could keep doing this all day.
Yeah, you could.
Buried alive. Yeah, I think I have almost
This
all
is
the
City
movie.
Alpha 5.
Yeah. Well, that's my favorite from from the cage when my buddy Rob, we Star Trek nerds, we get in an elevator and he just like the women, and people would look at us like we'd all start laughing.
Oh no!
Oh no! But wait, you weren't on the ship then.
I know, right? That just still drives me nuts. Of all the people,
galley complaining about the macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, compared to that,
Yeah,
I'll take that any day. So
Right?
at least I'll believe the excuse he was just somewhere else on the ship that day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he scanned everyone in Starfleet with his brilliant mind, and it had
Oh, didn't
who's
he?
who in
Yeah, I think he
Starfleet.
did actually.
So he could have known all of Starfleet, right? They would have had all the records on the computer, and he's such a super
Never
genius.
forgets a face.
Yeah, it's like, but you didn't see a face. Well, I saw it on the screen, right?
Ooh, I
And it's
know.
it's actually more believable now too. Now we've got Wikipedia and all that kind of stuff. That you would have a database with everything on it. And TOS did that brilliantly too with the the memory cards. They didn't have something mechanical, but it was brilliant. They've got that memory stick, basically, the square.
You see,
and
I'm a
the
super
screens.
soldier. I have a pornographic memory.
Right? Oh, he was so good.
Don't
So
you mean
good at it.
photographic? No. I picture everybody without their clothes.
Logic clearly dictates.
That's illogical.
That's
Jim,
illogical.
be careful.
We will.
I don't mean you.
I coupled my britches down.
I hate it when that happens. Again, yeah. Well, why don't we watch Unification? We got a good group of people.
Just be careful
here.
watching the whole thing because I know they've been.
Well, I'm going to put it in. I'm going to do the Teague trick, so I'm going to put it in Cosme. So here's the link to go watch it in Cosme. So what we'll do is, and let's see, I can put my slideshow up that I did of it. Let's see if this works. Slides in PDF. Let's see here. There we go. Add to stage. Here we go. Oh, Cosme started playing. Nope. Stop that, Cosme. Always starts. Oh, go back. Is this the right file? Oh, I think I opened the wrong file. Well, we'll do this one.
Yeah, I don't believe it's the right one.
Yeah, that's not the right. Well, we'll do that. This is the prequel. Anyway, I got it loaded up. So, everyone, if you want to bop over to Cosme, and what we'll do, just we'll watch it. We'll watch it there, and we can talk about it. And then I'll go slide by slide on my clip here. But this is the teaser for it. It's only 30 seconds, so let's watch that. I think we've got a few people there in Cosme. I'll wait a second for everyone else to give a few seconds for people to get here. But here's the first slide. So how we deal with death is at least as important with how we deal with life. And of course that classic line when Kirk is discussing the Kobayashi Maru. So they're tying into Wrath of Khan there. And then we've got Gary Mitchell. So let's all right. So I think if people are in Cosme, let's roll the Cosme here. This is just a teaser. So we got Human Colt here. Very 2001. We got San Francisco, Starfleet.
They really cleaned up the city.
Yep, they got the Enterprise, the original Enterprise, nobody A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. And there's Colt there, so 765-874. Although I do want to say Jenny's numbers there.
309. Yeah.
309. So I think they are I think they're tying the comic book in there. So let me grab a file here of Unification. Let's grab the full. I grabbed the wrong one. Let me go by length here. I thought I'd grab the right one before the show. Obviously, I didn't. Here we go. Here's the right one. I clicked on the teaser before. Okay, here we go. On the YouTube side, we're watching Star Trek Unification over on Cosme. And right now, Kirk is walking through the gardens. It's a very surreal scene here. Again, could this be heaven?
Or is it the Nexus?
Or the Nexus, yep. A little uncanny valley, but not much. I mean, it just looks. This is probably the best effect I've seen. As Thomas said, yep. So there's Savick, played by Robin Curtis, replacing Christy Alley. And Spock's son. But the mannerisms are down pat. I mean, there's no spoken dialogue in this, but their mannerisms are unbelievable. And these actors, of course, that is Robin Curtis portraying.
Who is this?
This is a character from Discovery. So this is a character that was from the Kelvin universe who got thrust into the Prime universe, and he's a time traveler, and he'd gone back in time to the TNG era. That's why he's wearing a TNG uniform. They believe he's got the power. Some speculation was he's got the power to transport. Now he's transported Kirk to the Kelvin universe. That's one of the theories. Spock ended up in the Kelvin universe. Very 2001 right here.
Right here,
I mean,
the
that's Shatner.
face did slip a little bit right there.
But that's Shatner's expression there. That's just brilliant. I mean,
that's really good right there.
Yeah. Those are his expressions. So that's, it's someone else playing Kirk, but an actor playing Kirk yeah, it's just tough to wrap your head around, but it's brilliant. Always possibilities. Yeah. So he's putting his life behind him, quoting that Spock's funeral in Wrath of Khan. Not more 2001-esque. This is Spock on his deathbed, or is it? Are they in the afterlife? Which is what I like about this too. There's no answers. You've got to figure it out for yourself. And that artifact there, that Spock was carrying that in the Kelvin universe. That square rectangular. So that's the tie-in, knowing that we're in the Kelvin universe, or allegedly in the Kelvin universe right now. Friends reconnecting. I have been, and I've always shall be your friend. This is what I'm imagining they're both thinking right here. Evoking the end of Star Trek 6. Second star to the right and straight on till morning. Which is, of course, a quote from Peter Pan giving directions to Neverland, but and Tom had to pop out, and Tom says, "Thanks, everyone," and thank you, Tom, for being here. I know you got a lot of work to do. That actually touched me a little bit more watching it that time, I think. Got to me a little bit. It's the act. I mean, Sam Witwer's Kirk. Lawrence Selleck, I believe that was Spock. Spock, yep. Robin Curtis, Gary Lockwood. So they're crediting the actors here, even though Gary Lockwood is just in there digitally. Toy production. Carlos Benea, director. And I have a slideshow too. We can go through frame by frame, but it does get you. It does get you. Yep, yep.
There is some of the family here from the Roddenberrys and the Nimoys as
Yeah.
well, with executive producer credits.
So here's the cast here. Yep. So Crusher, I believe that's Jack Crusher from P Hard 3. Yor is a character from Discovery. And I have this all the screenshots. We'll go in detail, but yeah, if the time travel from STD, he can't be Kelvin because Kelvin cannot exist in their shows. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I watched that Discovery, but they did explain that he was a time traveler. So of course, I don't know if they acknowledge the Kelvin universe, but I thought that's how they kind of tried to tie the two together. Well, Penny's got to head out. Good night, Penny. Yep. Oh, allegedly Gary Lockwood really was there. Yep, he got prosthetics and CGI makeup. And Susan Bay was his wife. Yep. Yeah, because Gary Lockwood's still alive. Yep. Why don't we stop this here? Why don't we play? I do have a couple of the other prequels or segments. So why don't we? They're very short actually. So why don't we play those too? But yeah, that really hits you there. Yeah, because of the great legacy of those actors, Nimoy and Shatner together. So let's see. I think this is the first one. Let's see. I don't know if I played this one. I just really glad I played so a few seconds, but this is Colt. I assume time traveling from the comic. After having watched Unification, maybe you'll pick up a few more things. But and that's the Enterprise from the cage. You know, that's with the points of the cell and different bridge crew configuration or bridge compartment configuration. That was a teaser for that. Let's select another. Let me grab another file here. So your memory wall. I believe this is the first one with. I might have them out of order, but they're very short. Enterprise A. I'm not sure there. Bolt. Mind meld with Spock, I'm assuming. Guess we're Vulcan now. Scene. Is that Saavik or is that's Colt? Or 2001, touching the monolith. Yep. All those scenes flashing through. Remember, right? Is that the TMP bridge? That's what it looked like.
Yes, yes.
In there, right?
And they had V'ger in there as well.
Right. Yep. So I think there's one more to play. Regeneration. Yep. So yeah, they're tying all these together. Yeah. Yep. And Hail the Dead Man says, "Why not use the Guardian Forever instead of Your?" That's a good point. Yeah, I would have used the Guardian Forever.
I'm just happy they didn't use the Traveler.
Yeah, Wesley. Yep. There's Crash Enterprise D, of course, from the movies. And this is from Generations. So this is Spock traveling to Kirk's gravesite. Yeah, not the Discovery Guardian of Forever, God. This blew me away when I saw it. 'Cause I can see that happening, right? That makes sense. Spock would travel to see, Kirk's gravesite. There's a flash, I think the Enterprise crashing in Star Trek 3, being destroyed. I think that's all of them. Let me check. And thank you everyone for heading over to Cosme, but let me check. I think that was the last one. Actually, we do have this is pretty interesting. This is 8 minutes, so maybe it's too long to play, but I'll play a little bit. I found it's Run by Archive. Robin Curtis becoming Savage. Let's play a few minutes of this and we'll and cut out of it. Robin Curtis talking about becoming Savick again. Let me if I can find the link, I'll put it in the main chat for people, but let's just skip a little bit. I think they let's just skip to the end part where they show her, and I'll definitely find the link for this, so, it's definitely worth watching it. Yep. Savick stayed on Vulcan, yep. They did want her have to be the bad guy in Star Trek 6, but
Mhm.
they nixed that, which I think was a good call, not ruining Savick.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll find the proper time to tell him of his child, yep. So they did have that in the script, I think Tegan mentioned that, and they pulled that scene. Let's see if they show here they're showing him. So, skipped a little weirdly there, but I think it was, Sacred Heart or Vulcan's Heart was the book, yep. And so there she is all dressed up in costume, yep. They spent a lot of money on this, I mean, this was
Yeah, that's quite ornate.
yeah. They made her look older, right? Yeah, Leonard said she's very into this character, very nice, yep. That was her first big break, yep. Yeah, so roddenberry.x.io. I'll grab that link. But all right, so let's gonna stop the Cosby. So let's go back to the YouTubes. But thank you everyone for joining us over at Cosby. And I'll leave that open just in case we have something else to play. But here, let's go do a deep dive. And good night, Penny. Yep. So thanks for all the comments there. So this is Gary Mitchell. Now I guess did they use the tech on him, or is this an actor? Because someone said they might have used him in some of these scenes, and he's listed. So yeah, potentially they de-aged him. Yep.
Right.
So this is Spock on the from Genesis, not Genesis, Star Trek
Viridian
Generation.
3.
Viridian 3, yep. And it does make sense that he would he would go there and see Kirk's resting place. Although would they leave him on Viridian 3? Obviously we know from, well, if you count the the new Star Trek, they've got his body at Starfleet Command, but so it would make sense he would visit his final resting place. Now,
I love that they put a little tree next to the grave too.
Oh,
I don't know what they're trying to symbolize with that. I just thought it was a really nice touch.
Oh, that is a nice touch. Yep. Well, life out of death, probably. It's a barren terrain there, but there is still some life.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then in the William Shatner, the return. Yep. So Shatner's has mixed feelings about his death, and I hated his death in Generations. I thought if he had just passed away in the beginning, saving the Enterprise, with the stupid Enterprise with all those jokes where nothing is ready until Tuesday, that drove us all crazy. Yep. But if he had done that.
Don't tell me. Tuesday.
The script wasn't ready until Tuesday.
What'd you say?
The script wasn't ready until Tuesday.
Until Tuesday, right? Yeah.
In a lot of ways, yes.
Yeah. So that was just horrendous. Yeah.
He won't be installed until Tuesday.
But one of the best parts of that movie, I thought this was a great line. I think this is Kirk's best line in the movie.
Risk is part of the game. You want to sit in that chair.
But the rest of the movie is just
bonk, bonk on the head. Bonk, 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 bonk.
That's how that movie made me feel. Because I think if Kirk had died saving the Enterprise, that's okay. But then the way he died with Soren, with the time travel and how that all worked, and why don't you just go back in time? And as Clobberin Times said too, like we both, I'm sure many other people had the same idea. Just go back to when you first meet Soren and grab him there, right?
Right. And also the magic missile that goes from the planet to the sun in 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Even though it would be moving faster than the speed of light at that point, and we basically just see a modern day rocket. Just beyond stupid.
There's a lot of ridiculous stuff going on in the movie, but the spirit of Shatner as Kirk, I do like his last line. It was fun, and Shatner was interviewed. If you go, let me find the Roddenberry archives here so I can put that in the chat. But he did express. He said, "Well, watching it again, he's like, I think I got it a little bit wrong. Like his expression, he said he seems scared." At the end, he's like, I didn't want to seem scared. I wanted to seem welcoming of what was happening. And he said maybe my portrayal came across as a little bit scared in that scene. But here's the Roddenberry archive, and actually, I think this came up with. This is it. Yeah, here. I think this is the clip here. But let me put this in the chat for everyone to check out. Don't check it out now. Check it out later. Just kidding. But and I believe that this interview with Shatner that they had, is this it? Let's see here. Let me grab this link. So Twitter is like the worst to try to find stuff. Yep. So anyway, just go there. There's the latest interview with William Shatner in Conversation. He's talking about that last scene, his last scene, and like you really want to kill me. And he was trying to talk to the directors about how it could have been brought back, and of course he did write that novel, but where he did come back in the return. Risk is all about putting your armies in Australia. Oh, that's one of my favorite gambits. Yeah, you just kind of hide in Australia, you collect risk cards.
Yep.
You wait till you can get someone who's been weakened. You grab their risk cards. You get 4 or 5, hopefully 4 risk cards, and you got to cash in, and you take someone else out and get their risk cards. That's the Australian gambit. That's a great strategy. Yep. So, so Geek and I, what did you said you thought the director was in your chat at one point when you were talking about this or this movie or?
Yeah, I can't figure out if it was really him or I was getting punked, but he kept dropping knowledge bombs on us. And when Debbie had finally asked him, "Did you have something to do with the?" and he was like, "Yeah, I directed it," and then we were like, "Whoa!"
That's amazing. Yeah. So everyone, check out the Geek and I. That was your Friday night.
Yeah, that
show.
was this past
this
Federation
past
Friday. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me put that link in for your channel, which is always below in the comments there. But let me put that out again if anyone's watching right now and not sub to the Geek and I. But yeah, that'd be wild if that really was the director. But you said he was giving you a lot of insights that made sense, so that it wasn't someone.
Well, Deb likes to call Sam Witwer one of her husbands.
Okay.
So apparently she's got a male harem going on with all these actors that she's in love with, and he's one of them. And we mentioned it, and he was like, "Yeah, Sam was gung ho. He really studied the mannerisms of Shatner and the way Kirk walks and the eye movements and all that stuff." And it just got to the point where we were relaying messages through the chat, and I don't know, it got to the where I was like, am I giving this guy more am I egging him on to keep this going and punking me, or
Yes, right. Yeah.
is it really him? So I posted on X a link to the show, and a thank you to basically everybody who worked on it, and he liked my post, but I mean,
Wow.
it's not proof or anything, but I'm I really
No, that's very cool. Yeah, because I did see that later. Read that originally I thought it was just the de-aging when you put the link in the chat, and thank you for that in our geekery chat. And I was like, oh wow, this is they de-aged Shatner, because you always heard I heard a rumor like maybe Shatner was coming back, or you don't know, but you keep hearing like, oh, is it going to show up on Discovery, or something like that, something bring him back somehow. And yeah, it was amazing to see that this was, I guess now that I've learned that Shatner actually was on the set, but that Whitmere played Kirk, and I was trying to find the scene. Well, I'm trying to find the clip where they actually showed they had a test. Some of these things you could find on Twitter. It's always tough to go back, but they were showing him acting. They said he could. It was like looking in a mirror. He could see if he was getting the mannerisms down, and that's what blows you away when you're getting those mannerisms right, because we all have different idiosyncrasies or way we talk, or blink our eyes or do whatever, and that's really tough to copy. So we all felt like we were watching Shatner again as Kirk. I mean, that's how I felt. That's how I felt. I don't know how did you guys feel in terms of that portrayal?
Well, this whole thing grabbed my attention in a way that Star Trek has not in a very long time. In a very long time. And I thought that it was acted pretty darn well. I couldn't really tell you when they used the other actor and when they used Shatner. Like the whole time. I mean, there were obviously a couple points you could.
Yeah.
But I thought they did a phenomenal job overall.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how. I think most of the, other than I'm guessing Kirk from behind, I think everything was Sam. I think, any of the facial stuff. Trying to find trying to find my the article I'd found on Twitter, the little clip that I'd had. But yeah, what was really wild was they were showing the actors. We'd shown that before in front of the green screen, but they were. Showing them a little video clip and how they could see, on one hand, they're just wearing the prosthetics. On the other hand, then they're actually, on camera. And as they are on camera, they're transformed into the character, which is just science fiction, basically, right? When you, when you think about it, right? I mean, that is pretty wild. So, but we'll go through a couple pictures here, more of the slides here. So we've got Colt here with a mind meld, remember, echoing Star Trek. Well, it's a flashback in Star Trek 3, but happened in Star Trek 2. And
is that supposed to be an eye? I'm confused about what this is.
It does kind of look like an eye. And now that you mentioned it, I thought of, what do you think, Geek and I? Do you think that's an eye or?
I don't know history of Trek. Like, I mean, we're only on episode 17 of the original series, so I don't know what that is.
It does kind of look like an eye that now the JT. I mean, I never would have thought that, but yeah, it could the circle there with the iris in the middle, I guess. But I think this is Vulcan. What are you guys thinking?
It is. It is on Vulcan. Right. I'm pretty sure.
Edmund says it's the CBS logo product placement. Yeah, right on, man. Good catch. Yep. So that's Colt there, but yeah, that's Colt because the next frame is Colt. I think. Yeah.
And if this is from a book, I it would obviously tell us where they are and what they're looking at, which I have not read whatever material this is from, but I would say it's an eye on Vulcan.
Yep. And this is not in the comic, so it's part of it. I think they're adapting the comic, but that scene's not this. None of this happens in the comic. But I'd recommend go grab Star Trek Early Voyages at your wherever you buy your comic books these days or get your comics these days. But of course, Troy has just crashed the Enterprise. Thank you, Troy. I don't know, why are they throwing this scene in here? What is this just going through time, or what would be the?
Yeah, I don't understand
what's
why
the point of showing this
either.
I mean, it's a very cool shot.
I get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Oh yeah, the Navarre. Oh no, Navarre. Yeah, the new Vulcan Navarre. Oh, it just kills me. I don't watch that yet. It could be a Telosian illusion, yeah, but I don't know why the point of showing that. I mean, it might tie into something, but so
maybe it's just showing when Spock went to go see Kirk's grave, that it was soon after the whole disaster of Viridian 3.
I guess
that's my only guess to help try to tie that in.
Yeah, not sure why that would happen. Now this is great shot. It's a beautiful shot. So more 2001 goodness here. terms of the finger going. I didn't get every slide, but her finger kind of goes through. Now this is showing the mind meld, but this looks like Spock in the TMP era uniform here. What do you guys think? He's not wearing a modern uniform there. He's not wearing the Wrath of Khan uniform. So this could tie into the comic book maybe, because in the comic, Colt is obviously on the bridge of the Enterprise back in the pilot era.
It could be some meditation robes that we see like in the movies.
Yeah, but somehow that looks like pilot, like the Cage to me. Era, but yeah, it could.
Yeah,
it could
didn't he have a like a little turtleneck?
Yeah, he had a much higher collar in the Cage. Yeah, and that does tie into the comic book a little bit too. If you watch read the comic, I'm trying to remember where that. I got to read the comic. It was only last year that we read the comic, and then actually it'd be fun to everyone. I'm sure you were all there, but watch that Thursday night show. I'll have to figure out which one it was where we were doing Untold Voyages. Or actually, I did actually have a database of all the shows. Let me in the background try to find it. But now this is actually flash forwarding. This was on Strange Nude Worms. They had Kirk's body. I remember watching this with Clobber times. He was slamming the desk. He's like, "God damn it! They better not bring Kirk back."
Well, isn't this from Picard?
Or Picard? Excuse me, Picard.
Yeah,
Picard,
the final episode or whatever of Picard. They did that.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think Colt wasn't there, right? It was just, but they were showing these scenes, right? I mean,
yeah. And I didn't like that they put this in here. I would have cut that out if it were me.
Yeah.
But
it was a member berry, right, where they had the what did they have? Didn't they have all kinds of artifacts from Star Trek history there, didn't they, as they were going through, right? Didn't they have I'm trying to remember what they had, but it was basically like one of those scenes where they're just showing a lot of, that's here's a Tribble, here's this, yep. Yeah. And Colt made there only to get her serial number in front of Unification so they could reuse the title. Interesting, yep. And Teague says that was a thing before, he might not be wearing the Starfleet uniform, yep. And Deadman says, I think they're trying to tie into Picard season 3 where Starfleeters are covering the Enterprise saucer section to not contaminate the inhabitants of Viridian 3. Oh, that would make sense, right? Yep. Definitely, yep.
Now, refresh my memory. Did she get all glowy-eyed with Gary Mitchell and become godlike?
No, that was actually Hot Lips Houlihan. That was actually Sally Kellerman. And so she was did they have Colt was on there, but in that episode in the Where No Man Has Gone Before, but yeah, she doesn't. It's Sally Kellerman's character that gets all googly eyed. Yep. So, but yeah, that they're definitely. I think that's a good point. They're definitely trying to tie it into Picard season 3, and she becomes a time traveler in the early voyages. Yep. And Teague saying it could be his cage jacket. He's the only person in this who ever met Colt. Correct. Yeah. So. And I don't know why they've got Colt here. Yep. So let's see. I'm trying to find the episode with Clobber Times and Raquel and I. Let's see. So it was the first time we reviewed the comic was 1/11/24. Wow. So a little over a year ago we started issue number 1 of these comics. So let's see it. The Clubhouse 120. I've got a database. Of course, Mark has a database of shows.
Of course,
right? Yeah. So it's probably, if someone wants to go look, it's probably like Clubhouse number 125 or thereabouts. If someone wants to check, I'm trying to do two things at once, so it's tough. But bear of little brains. I think maybe let's see what 127 shows up. Nope. Oh, we're already on the Star Trek Unlimited there. I think we just did one episode a week, though. Was it 125 maybe?
If
Right,
I
we only
remember
did
right,
one
you just
comic
did
a
one
week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so someone can find that's the show is there. It's there. Yep. He's got a space-time leisure suit on. Yep. So this is they've obviously transported Kirk's body off of Iridium 3, and this kind of everyone freaked out when they saw this. People are zooming in onto everything. Yep. That's Kirk's body, and I get you don't. The speculation was, were they going to clone him or bring him back, or what's going to happen? Yep. And Teague's I predict we have a Picard Kirk mashup clone, female, of course. Yeah, well that would be superior.
Yours is the superior intellect.
It's all these cool, meaningless numbers in the background. Maybe you can decode them, but yeah, security code. That's the Daystrom Institute. If you caught that, Richard Daystrom from that great episode. So, but so now we're back on. You don't know what planet you're on here, right? I mean, this is heaven.
It could be anything,
right? I mean, it could be anywhere, right? So, yeah, you don't know, but let's see here. It's beautiful. Yeah, it evokes something being otherworldly and Genesis planet. I mean, I know it's not the Genesis planet, but like that's what it felt. That's what this scene felt like to me. A little. I don't know. What did you guys think? A little Genesis planet vibe here,
or a Garden of Eden type thing, or Paradise reference, something like that. Again, you'll not know, but this definitely gives all those vibes.
Yeah. It's definitely ethereal, a weird feeling, weird feeling there in terms of something's hazy and fuzzy and you're in this garden here. So I guess that is actually Shatner.
I mean, it looks like him.
Right? I guess. I mean,
quite a bit.
And Geek, did the director mention anything about how you said this was Shatner from behind, or did he talk about any of that, or
we really didn't get into a lot of stuff because I just had a hard time thinking that
it was
the director it was really him. He's been in my chat a couple of weeks.
Before that, or
before that, yeah.
Okay, and with his full name, or
yeah, as his username, and then when you go look
it wasn't like a pseudonym or something, yeah,
right.
And you said you went to look up. Did you click? Can you click or look for his YouTube channel, or
I couldn't find one. I couldn't find anything.
Well, see, I guess if you don't have a channel, you don't have to have a channel on YouTube, but sometimes you can click on the names in the chat and then go to that person.
You can go to it.
Okay,
but if he doesn't have any videos, it will show precious little about
them. That's I wasn't sure. Yeah, so if it would show, so like if I click on if I go up to like the Geek and I in the chat, or let's say I'm on Admiral Teague, if I click on Teague, Yeah, go to channel. Oh yeah, go to channel. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so I go, boom, I go right to Teague's channel. But if you don't have a channel, yeah, so does it show? I guess you have to create a channel on YouTube, right? What do you?
I can't
I-
remember. I joined YouTube so long.
Yeah, it's been so long, and there's so
Yeah.
many changes.
Yeah. And hail to Brogu. How's it going, Brogu? Great to see you. So I'd like to think that is actually the great William Shatner in this. And we've got this cool scene, which is much better than the new Jaguar commercial. Who wants to buy a Jaguar?
Well, not me.
Anyone? Not you? Yeah. Not you. Yeah. So
This opening right here does have a little bit Uncanny Valley in it.
I was just gonna say, don't you think so? It was little tiny bit of it, right?
Right, and I can't really put my finger on what doesn't quite look right here.
Shading.
Maybe that, or the head into the neck seems a little unusual.
I mean, it doesn't look bad, but yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, if you'd shown me this 20 years ago, but yeah, today, you expect a lot from special effects work. Yeah,
The dead man says the eyes.
the eyes. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think and yeah, there's something there. You're right. Yeah, it's probably the eyes. It does look a teeny bit off. I mean, but it's still pretty damn good.
Teague brings up a good point, is that the face looks better than the textureless clothing. That might be what's kind of making it pop out at you, that it's not real.
Yeah, but still pretty damn good. Now, years ago, maybe they would have done this like it as an animated cartoon, maybe, right? Or as a 3D, animation where, if you didn't have this tech and they had the idea for the story, let's do this as as an animated, as an animated version, which is what you would do, right? When you didn't have the technology. But now we're at the point where we can get to nitpick it, which is great. But yeah, you want it to look as real as possible. And I can only imagine the next 10 years of leaps and bounds. I mean, it's, we're going to have self-driving cars are, becoming a reality. And yeah, I think we'll just the tech will just keep advancing. I think it's supposed to be Jack Crusher in the white TNG Admiral Air uniform, I think.
Yeah, see, this part of the video just doesn't really do it for me in the way that the end does.
Yeah,
and part of it is I don't know who all these people are. Maybe we're not supposed to, maybe we are, but I can't put my finger on any of them. Okay.
Well, we Friday night, we kind of thought that it could be everybody who has been saved by Kirk in some strange way, and have passed on there to greet him and thank him for. But then there are young people here, so I mean, it's just
Part of what I would have liked to have seen is whoever this body of people is. I would have liked to have seen Starfleet uniforms, because Starfleet was such a tremendously large part of his life. And if he did save people, like you're saying, the Geek and I, wouldn't some of those people then also later died in the line of duty? And then they would have their Starfleet uniforms on for that.
Yep.
That's just what I would have liked to have seen here to make a little bit more impactful to me, because this just looks like a group of random people, and we have a lot of conjecture about who they are.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. One point I would said, oh, they're descendants of Kirk, but then they're all different races and aliens, and I like that idea of the people that he saved, but you're right. Then if they're all young, or
He
maybe
was
it's people that survived
friendly.
because maybe people that survived because he saved them, or it could be a combination. Everyone he's touched in his life, but you
Mhm.
don't know if this is the afterlife. Is this, which is part of the. I like the mystery too, not knowing the answer to everything. Yep. And Teague says, I think it's the financial backers and CGI team. These people do not like actors except for Savick and her son. That could be that. Could be true. Yep.
They're all his offspring from his random encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
All
video
of his
says people
bastard
are naked
children. Yeah.
naked after they die. Everyone knows that. Yeah. But the expressions thing, I hope I don't sound like too much of a broken record, but damn those expressions. I mean, it's
The
Whitmer
face
did,
looks amazing. The hair looks a little bit off, like the lighting or something that's hitting it.
yeah. Maybe a little bit of where the sideburns there a little, but when you're we're watching slides too, so you're watching this real
Mhm.
screen. So this is Savik's and Spock's son. But yeah, that's Kirk there. I mean, that's a Kirk expression. So because you could just put a makeup on an actor and make them look like a character, but they've got to act like that character too, and have the expressions that the character has.
Well, I shared my screen of some behind the scenes that we showed on
good.
Friday.
Oh, you got it. Oh, great. Yeah, I was looking for that in the background. Thank you. Let's show some of that. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Awesome. Thank you. So that's Sam. How do you say his name? Whitmer or Whitmer?
Whitwer.
Whitwer, right? Yeah, W-E-R. Yep. Whitwer. Yep.
Whitmer is the governor. Yeah.
Governor. Yep. So this is the Sam in the Kirk, Generations outfit, and then we go here to the next slide. This is actually him in the makeup chair, and the computer is showing him as he appears, like they're putting the makeup on, but this is the computer real time is making him look like Kirk. This would freak me out, right?
Yeah, that
That's
is
amazing.
That's insane. The only way, like I tried to explain it to my son the other day, and I was like, the only thing I could say is it is like a super Snapchat
Right?
filter.
Yeah. Yeah, because I do have those Snapchat filters. Yeah, I got to get the one that makes me lose 100 pounds. But I got to find it again. But hail to Oliver Belamonte. But yeah, so that's so leave that there. So that's him in the chair, right? That's him. Now, if you go back one, go backwards one.
Well, I think that's young Kirk.
Oh, that's a young Kirk. Okay, but yeah, that's not saying okay, but this would be theoretically, yeah, that's an older Kirk with his hair like that. But if you go back to the next slide now forward, that would be like him in the makeup chair, and then with the laptop, seeing what you look like. And they said he was practicing his expressions and stuff. Yep, watching that. Yep. So there's the young Kirk. Yep.
Oh, and hail to Sentai Ranger Donnie.
Hey, Donnie, how's it going? Yep. So, Legacy of the Nerd Raid. Thank you. Yep. I hope everyone's well despite the passing of Chuck Woolery. Love Connection introduced me to him. Yep. Lots of people. Yep. He was the original Wheel of Fortune host. That's for sure. Yep. Probably need a beefy graphics card and the laptop to run that. So is that a gaming brand? Is that the way? Well, always a gaming computer is the best computer for going the PC route.
Davina Duckworth may be correct on that too. They may be actually doing processing back on a server somewhere.
Yeah, that's not being processed on that laptop. I think that's just a projection. Just viewing, like kind of like StreamYards, right? So they're broadcasting it out. Yeah, I don't think they're. I'm guessing someday if you could do that on the laptop, but the new Apple chips are amazing. The M4 chip and tons of horsepower, but the if you're sticking PC route, yeah, gaming machine is the best way to go with a good graphics card. Yep. So yeah,
Well, I'm hoping to talk to Sam. I think he's going to be at the Retro Expo here in Dallas in a couple of months.
Yep. You get to ask him some questions about this. Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. Just really, really cool. Yep.
It's like 99% there.
Yeah.
Like you can tell just a little bit.
Well, that's him. That's
him,
no
right?
effect.
Oh, this is just the makeup?
This is just Sam
with makeup as Kirk.
As yeah, well,
there's no
him,
process
that's
in
his
here.
face.
No, but I'm saying this has got with the digital effects
No.
over the top. This is just
this is just him.
Wow.
He is, yeah. So he is already like 99% of the way there to looking like Bill Shatner.
Right. Yeah,
that
no,
had
he's
to
got
help quite a bit.
Yeah, so here's images of the actor. Yep. So here's well, they've got prosthetics on him or something. I would assume. Yep. Or do you have any more slides, or is that the last?
No, that's the last one.
Yeah, I'll show what the actor looks like here. So here's Sam. Yep. There's his IMDb picture. So I know they were using prosthetics, but I wasn't sure if they did, or makeup, you should say, makeup prosthetics to look like Kirk. But yeah, if they did that without any, just live him as Kirk, that was incredible makeup job. So let's see here. I think they had. Yeah, here's the insert. Same picture you were just showing. But yeah, just amazing. Yeah. So here we go as we go through these slides here. And the fountain of water is always a symbolism of renewal too. Yep. And now we've got the character that's of Yor. And I always think of Yar's Revenge.
Yeah.
Atari. I was thinking of Yar. But let's show a little bit of memory alpha on Mr. Yar's Revenge here.
That's gotta suck when he's out in the rain and it all drips down into your shirt.
That's a good point, right? I mean, that's not a very practical facility. Unless you lived on a plane without water or something that'd catch every drop, right?
So Brian Hepburn thought he was kind of like a Riemann. Yeah, I can kind of see that too.
Oh yeah, yep. So here we go. Here's maybe that's how they drink, right? You never spill anything, right? I guess that'd be great. Yeah. So here's Commander Yor was a 24th century Beltugusian Federation. That sounds like someone from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Starfleet office.
Beetlejuice?
Beetlejuice, right?
Yeah, Beetlejuice
Beetlejuice, yep. For an alternate reality created by Romulan mining ship. So they're saying, Memory Alpha is Memory Alpha, but they're saying it was he's from the Kelvin universe. He was also a time soldier who, in 2379, not only traveled forward in time to 3189, but across universes, arriving in the quote-unquote prime universe. Before Terran Emperor Philippa Georgiou time traveled from 3189 from 2258, Yor was the only individual known by the Prime Universe Federation to have traveled through both time and dimensions. So wrap your head around that one. We need where's Captain?
Oh, I remember this guy now.
Right?
Yeah, this was on a really bad episode of Discovery. Yeah.
Yeah. So missing alternate reality, deceased 3189 prime reality. So after his arrival, he began to experience severe medical condition caused by traveling across both time and dimensions. with his molecules attempting to return to either their time or place of origin, kind of like Colt in that comic. Not only were his painful symptoms incurable, but returning Yor would have broken the ironclad interdimensional displacement restriction. So his doctors petitioned the Federation for euthanasia. Despite this, Korvac described his suffering as a breeze in comparison to what Georgiou would face. So Prime, Spock, and the Naranda crew would also seemingly have traveled through both time and dimensions when creating the alternate reality. They did not traverse nearly as much time as Georgiou. So just very, 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 very confusing.
It's
But,
a very minor character too.
Yeah.
Because you and I both watched Disgracery, Mark, and neither one of us, right, were like, "Oh yeah, that's that guy." It was like, "Who is this?"
Yeah, and the one thing that caught your eye was that was obviously the TNG uniform from the first season. And if you're an extra, you didn't get they didn't change all the uniforms over. But and Lenrod, really bad disco episode. Does that mean they're good ones?
No.
Yeah. This character so minor is not even worth including in the short. It's odd they used him in Lester's condition at CBS Paramount. As you said, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting Discovery had good episodes. Who knew?
The last one, the very, very end.
There was a good one.
Because it was the end.
Yeah, when
the end,
when the logo came up after the credits rolled, that was
it, right?
That was it. The best part of the 5 seasons.
Yeah.
I do like the uniform. I mean, it looks exactly like that early season 1 uniform. Although, did they zip up in the front? I thought they zipped up in the back.
Yeah. And Donnie doesn't hate Disgracer as most toxic fans, which I'm not calling, but honest, I do love a few aspects of it, LOL. But like what you want to like, Donnie. God bless you. Yep. Don't ever let anyone tell you, yeah, if you like something, then don't like it. But I to be honest, I found most of the stories very, very lacking. But the other thing that bugged me was how dark it was, and the ship designs. Even if they had in the future, even if they had cool ship designs, that would have been, like they had the displaced nacelles or nacelles that weren't connected, and they for to improve ships handling. It's like they came up with some, and all the model builders like, how are we gonna make models of this where the nacelles don't attach to the main ship?
Right.
If you're trying to sell models, it's like, how's this gonna work?
It's like to improve on your desk.
Yeah,
to improve handling in a vacuum. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Brian says they did zip from the front. Yep. And Masquerade, I thought this was Food Channel. Well, you're going to get a lot of food this week for Thanksgiving, but yeah, we're talking Star Trek Unification here. Of course, we're back on Pike's Bridge. Pike's Enterprise. He's got a freaking galley. He's got a restaurant in his quarters, which is, don't get me started on that Enterprise, what they did on that ship. So now Kirk, he's on that mysterious planet, and we don't know who most of these people are, though. I believe one of them was Jack Crusher. I thought it was Beverly Crusher. I'm like, where's Beverly Crusher when I saw Crusher? But it's got to be Jack Crusher from Picard 3, which is why some of those tie-ins there. Yep. I drew the line at sonar in space. Yeah. So does Kirk there with that expression. Yeah. So of course we're getting walking to the light. So all right, I gotta do a poll here, but we'll ask our panel. Do you think Kirk is alive in this, or has he traveled to the afterlife? That's what's got me confused here. I'm gonna put that up as a question then.
I
Or
would
in the
I would
Nexus.
say just because Spock visits his gravesite on Viridian 3,
Yeah.
this is the afterlife. And the what's his name? Yor
Yep. Yep.
brought him through space and time to be together at Spock's side.
But then wouldn't he already be dead? But if then he'd be dead though. So how could he? If he's dead, how could he bring them there though?
All right, I thought this was a food channel.
See, that's why I'm confused. I've generally do not, and I was like, yeah, that's right. And but I'm thinking, but then if his grave is there, or unless his time is non-linear, right? So they experience time in a non-linear fashion. That's happened before in different
Well,
sci-fi.
or he's going to Stovacor and he's like on the boat on the way to Stovacor, and so then he can do this sort of thing. I have no idea. I personally think it's the Nexus because you can jump around and do whatever you want inside the Nexus, and it what did Guinan say, that time has no meaning here?
Yep.
So he could have realized that he was dying and this is his goodbye while he's in the Nexus. Like it's a virtual death, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
I don't know. I thought this was a food channel. So
I gotta clip that. Yeah, that's a good line. Yeah. So he's either the choices here is in the afterlife. He's in the Nexus. He's in the Kelvin universe.
Well, I don't think he would be in the Nexus because him and Picard left the Nexus.
Right? But that's one of the fan theories, was he's in the Nexus, right? I agree with you. I think you're right there. I'm trying to come up with 4 choices. So what were our 4 choices for our great audience here? I'm thinking Afterlife, Nexus, Kelvin universe.
Let's talk about food.
Let's talk about food. There we go. So let's put this poll up. Yep. They should give you 5 choices, YouTube. Come on. All this super computing power, and you can't give us 5 choices. Kelvin universe means he's alive then. Yep. So here we go. In a Lexus. He's in the Nexus Lexus. Yep. Or it could be the Q. The Q are messing with him, right? Yep.
yeah.
Should have been Trelane.
Lane, right? Yeah. If it's the Nexus, then you don't need your. But I thought this was a food channel. Yeah. Right? Yeah, because you can go wherever you want. Yeah. So your hands him the what is it? Does your just who hands him the medallion, the communicator? That's or the badge.
That's your that hands it to
your,
him.
right?
Yeah.
But he holds
Then
it back for some reason. Like he goes to grab it and then he won't let it go the first time.
Okay. Yeah. And that's just brilliant. God, that's 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 Kirk there, right? I mean, that's young James C. Kirk. Yeah. Oh, there's a fan edit. Yeah, I did see that. I didn't click on it. It was a corporate elements of unification. That fan edit is a new subtitle Regenerations. Yeah, I saw that there was a fan edit, and I didn't click on it yet. And Brian says, I saw more as Kirk was brought back, and then Stasis is shown from the Picard series scenes. Gary Mitchell brings his consciousness back, and this is sent via your Spock. That could work. Yep. Yeah, because why is Gary Mitchell? Gary Mitchell's got godlike powers, so yeah. What? Why is he there? Is he facilitating this? As a godlike friend of Kirk, knowing that Kirk has died, or just bringing him back. We always joke, but people have believed that if you freeze your body in the future, they'll be able to save you and bring you back to life, or the famous Walt Disney's head in the freezer. Talking Futurama here.
Or launching them off into space and then having the Enterprise D come find you.
Right? So, Twin Peaks. This blew me away, yeah. But I like, Geek, you're just starting your journey through Star Trek TOS. You watched TNG before was your favorite, or what? I'm trying to remember what you'd said you had watched before, but
yeah, I really got started on TNG, but I remember watching. I did see Star Trek the motion picture in theaters, and I had an old CED of Star Trek 2, so I knew of these characters, but it wasn't something that. I mean, I must have seen every episode in 5-minute increments.
Yep. Yeah, it wasn't your main. That wasn't your main. Yeah, your main introduction to Star Trek, and you're just going through it now in your Federation Fridays. Yep.
And I was a Star Wars kid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now, now I've completely bailed on that, and Star Trek has joined the completely bailed. The remnants of my childhood sitting in the corner.
Yeah. And Mark just said his poll is up. Beavis moment. Beavis moment. Thank you, Maddie's daddy. Yeah. Oops.
This is a beautiful still right here, by the way. This is just so well done. Yeah.
Right? And I'm thinking Spock, Kirk at the end of Wrath of Khan, with the funeral scene there, with that look. Yep. Master says, my boss got us kicked out of Twin Peaks about 3 months ago. Oh, that's horrible. God, you don't want to get kicked out of Twin Peaks. That's one of the best restaurants down south, right, Steve Mitchum? That was Clobberin Time's favorite haunt. Twin Peaks. I knew we should have gone there for dinner that night, Maddie's daddy.
Apparently, you've never been to Redneck Heaven.
Nope. I was in Switzerland. I was in, and that's one of the videos I got to get up is some of my travels. And we're going through Lucerne, and I see a Hooters in Lucerne, and I'm thinking, first thing I'm thinking of Clobberin Times. Where I'm like, oh God, I wish I could have sent this picture to Mike, but I sent it to Claude and Steve Mitchum. Like, I know where Mike would have wanted to go in Switzerland. It's like walking down the street. I'm like, what's a Hooters doing here? Yeah. You can tell it's not just a rotoscope from Wrath of Khan. Yeah. And then Maddie's daddy. Yep, that was Mike's favorite place. Yep. For two very good reasons. So Geekin, I don't know if you know or everyone else knows, but Twin Peaks was Clobberin Times, as Steve Mitchum said, one of his favorite haunts, and it's basically like a knockoff of Hooters.
There's one on every corner here in Texas.
Oh, you have Twin Peaks in Texas? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have one over here too.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just done. Yeah, we don't have them up here, unfortunately. Do they? I wonder if any fans of the TV shows show up and look for the Twin Peaks actor.
I don't think so. But the one thing, I do like their food, I do like their beer, but they make it too cold and not every beer is meant to be so cold that you have ice forming at the top.
True.
Um,
True. Yep.
My thing about it, whatever. I know Mike wasn't a drinker, so it wouldn't have really mattered to him with that piece, right? So
this part reminded me of which was it? Was it The Last Jedi with the mirror?
Oh, the mirror effect in The Last Jedi, seeing yourself. Yep.
Yeah. And it just done so much better.
Yeah. And of course, this is like a person, I guess, looking back on, there's your youth, right? When you're a youth, and then looking back on midlife, I guess. Or of course, back in Wrath of Khan, he was having midlife crisis, and talking about aging and how difficult that was. Of course, now now the Shatner's in his 90s now too, so probably looks at that. Remember how young I felt there. But yeah, that's a nice, that's him looking at reflections. These people don't exist. There's not three William Shatner, Captain Kirk's there. But he's looking at his different important points in his past. That's the way I view that. What did you guys think?
Well, I'm just wondering why it's in this order.
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering too.
Because I would like to see motion picture Kirk in the middle.
Oh yeah,
and then young Kirk at the end, and he sees his entire life as he's walking down the hallway.
Yep. No, that's a great point too. Yeah. So yeah, the TMP uniform should be there too, right? Yeah, that in addition, yeah. And you could also, with this technology, I wonder if you could come up with different facets of his life too. I mean, we only got those different uniforms, but you could have had him as a child, maybe.
And have the green uniform.
The green uniform. That would have been maybe a little bit too 2001 maybe, but that could have been a possibility. Could have been a possibility too. Yep. But I do love this. So the youth fades away, then middle age fades away. But you're really getting that 2001, especially in the end of when he's seeing every iteration of his character. He's young and old and at the same time, and it's really a freaky scene when you watch 2001 the first time. And Davina says Bill Shatner's at midlife. I hope so. Yeah, I hope he lives to 180. God bless him. Yep. And Davina says, yeah, Twin Peaks is an American chain of sports bars and restaurants based in Louisville, Texas. Okay, Texas, yep. Which has been described as the ultimate sports lodge and restaurant along with similar chains. Yeah. Now he's taking the comm badge, putting that. I think he puts it on there, right? Yeah, he puts it on. Yep. And then what's the significance of that? I mean, that's from his death. Got that Kirk smirk there. And they pointed, it's tough to
cheating death or confessing death. The lesson from the Kobayashi Maru type of thing. That's kind of what I was feeling there.
Okay.
Like there's some type of message around that.
Okay.
I mean, this is all left up to interpretation, of course.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, that's what makes it interesting. And that's and they had this is the exact badge, from the movie with the same scuff marks, and it's tough to tell through the interwebs here, I'm sure. But
like
no,
one
moving on to the
final
next frame
mission type of a feeling.
Yeah,
out into the unknown.
He's moving from one phase of his life. Now he's passing to the afterlife, I guess, or
or another scene of the Nexus, or
like 2000. Well, I can't play obviously can't play it. I wonder if I can show if I just stop at different sections. Let me present my screen here. I'm gonna share. I wish you could do side by side here. So this is 2001, The Old Man. Yeah, it's the full clip. Of course, I can't play the whole clip, but let's go to. So he sits down and he's eating there. I'll switch back and forth, but that just evokes that feeling of what's happening to Kirk here. You know, that room, for some reason, in 2001, it evokes that. And of course, the actor now he's suddenly aged. He's aged up as we go through 2001. Yep. I'm trying to find a clip here that. Then, of course, in 2001, he sees himself as an old man, right, in the beds. He's looking back at himself. So that's what kind of reminded me of. I'm not saying that
you were wondering who this was going to be.
Yeah. So you're looking in the bed. So when you're looking in the bed, it's like, is he going to see himself in the bed dying? Which wouldn't make sense, I guess. But O'Brien says, not the car thief kid from 2009, please. Right? Yeah. And Donnie likes the motion picture Admiralty uniform more than all the others. Yep. The newer uniform, the TMP uniforms are kind of growing on me. I know Raquel loves them to death. I don't think the actors liked them because they had to be in really good shape. Yep. So let me skim through. So we find out this is in 2001. That's Dave Bowman on his deathbed. Yep. And of course, this is the IDIC symbol on the necklace, and this was in the 2009 movies here. So, and I think he had pictures of his face. Oh, that's holding the crew picture. That holds the Spock had taken that with him, and that holds the our timeline's crew in there. So he's looking up and pointing. So yes, that's definitely the. So that's where everyone was saying, yeah, this is definitely they're in the Kelvin universe, or that's the Spock. Spock ended up in the Kelvin universe. Yep. So. And of course, you can imagine, as anyone who's gone through this, a loved one's deathbed, it's one of the most horrendous but also some ways joyful too, that you get to say goodbye. So this is Kirk and Spock saying goodbye. So, if you've had someone taken from you and not had that chance to say goodbye, it's I don't know which way is nothing is easy, but at least you do get that opportunity to say goodbye and share those emotions. Yeah.
I did not like his face. I'm sorry. I did not. This was a very emotional moment, but everything like from the bottom half of the nose below that has a very Planet of the Apes type feeling to it for me. I
don't think it looks that bad. The one thing I know, the actor, they're pointing out that his neck, is not the old neck of an old man, but I guess you do have a slight uncanny valley effect, very, very slight, but I guess it depends too. If like we're going through this like side by slide versus watching it in motion. So
to me, it did
like-
look like the most Snapchat filtery thing in the entire production.
with Spock's face, yep.
Yeah, because the neck and his cheeks are a different color.
Yeah, so it was I can't forget the actor's name who played him, but I guess that he was a much younger guy, so that meshing those together. But as we're all saying, yeah, this is still pretty damn good, and yeah, you can. It does look, it doesn't look 100% real, but they're getting there though, and of course, this is what everyone was. Everyone wanted Kirk and Spock to be together. Kirk, the scene in the motion in the Wrath of Khan, where Spock's death. I got to see that in that world premiere, and got to meet Leonard Nimoy that night. And there were a lot of people crying in that theater, even though they weren't Star Trek fans. And I'm like, "What? You just killed Spock? You can't kill Spock." So that funeral scene was so beautiful too. So here's in 2001, you've got the obelisk appearing, which is what ties everything together in that movie. But in this one, we've got that comm badge, and then those artifacts from Prime timeline. But this is where they really nailed the expressions too, I think. Yep. So and Spock is here. Yeah, I do see that a little bit more. What you guys are saying. Yep. That effect isn't as good. But he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing here?" I think maybe Spock is thinking. He's not understanding what's happening. I think from the first few seconds. That's what do you guys think there? He's kind of shocked to see him there because he knows he's dead, or what do you guys think?
I didn't really know.
Yeah, who knows?
You don't know, okay, but no one knows. Yeah, my
what I
guess
will
is he's
say-
like, "Why? What are you doing?" Yeah.
What I will say that we're not getting here is a fantastic soundscape with just beautiful music playing that really evokes emotion, that adds to this scene that frame by frame you just don't get it, but I think that really is where people were saying they were feeling super emotional, or maybe they were tearing up, because it was just so well done. I can't stress enough how well done that part was.
And the emotion of this scene is brilliant here too. With you kind of overlook it. Yeah, and Leonard, everyone in the chat is agreeing. Yep, that maybe he's a little off. They really got Kirk right here. Yep. And Maddie's daddy said, "Yeah, I didn't know you'd met Leonard Nimoy. That's awesome. Yeah, it was one of the great moments of my life. Yep. And I still haven't washed my right hand in 40 years. No, just kidding.
You possess the DNA of Leonard Nimoy?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that was great. Great night. Yep. So, yeah, and this is all unspoken dialogue, and the actors are acting through these parts here as quasi digital actors. It's not like Lord of the Rings where you've got Gollum, I guess, and you're wearing the dots, and then they're totally recreating you after. This is live action with prosthetics, and it's probably easier for the actors too, because you kind of get a look of what they look like as you're acting, not just some crazy setup. So here is in 2001 you get the Star Child is born. And what a great Kirk smile there. That's just awesome. Yep. I'm juxtaposing these two as we go through that scene from 2001. Yeah, there's the Star Child. Is that David Bowman? Yep. And boy, howdy, I would have loved to have met Nimoy. I didn't get to say much to him because I was like, it's Spock. I'm like, oh, and I can't speak yet. Oliver says William Shatner and Gene Roddenberry's son Rod were credited as executive producers of Star Trek Unification. Yep. I bought that Big Bang Theory reference. Well done. Well, we all like to go out with a Big Bang. Yep. And now they're looking towards the future here, I guess, or the afterlife or the unknown. And of course, in 2001, then they flip after the Star Child disappears. They flip to seeing the moon, and then you've got the Earth here. The Earth comes into focus, so it's just evoking that that sense of what the mystery of what's to come. And look at how he's got that wistful look there and the inquisitive look. Looking at what's coming. Yep. And here on 2001, you've got the Star Child is coming into focus here in a few seconds. Yep. The Star Child, Paul Stanley. Yeah, Kiss. Yep. Yeah. So here's the Star Child. Yep. So long since I've seen that scene. So yeah. And if they're going to get me for copyright, that's going to mess them up because it's going between 2001 and so that's just the second star to the left on till morning. That's the sunrise or sunset, depending on how you can look at it either way, right? So what's yet to come? Yeah, but that's where the emotion really grabs you with the two old friends and transcends science fiction. It becomes, not that it's a drama, but Star Trek doesn't work without the holy trinity of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. So you got to have those characters. And some people have said, they're all different. The same person split into thirds. They're together to make a complete person. Spock with the logic. Kirk as the dashing, impulsive person, and McCoy is questioning each of them as a conscience, maybe. Let's go back to 2001. Yep. So let me flip back, and then we've got here's the Star Child here. So you could put the two together. Yeah, they're looking back at the Star Child. Yep. Yes, as a in 2001, they're looking at a creation of new life or something new being born. But this is obviously at the end of Spock's life. And like we said, yes, Kirk there alive. And I hope we don't get the answers, right? Which is kind of
yeah. I think it's more fun to try to imagine what was happening here than to have the whole thing written out.
Well, it seems to be perfect marketing because we've been talking about this for a week now, and it's all over my feed on YouTube. That's all everywhere. I see is people doing videos on this thing and linking back to it so more people can go watch it. But I heard you guys talking earlier about why is it unlisted?
Yeah.
Do you have any theories of that, or
I don't know. Is all their stuff unlisted?
No, just that one's unlisted. Yeah, which is weird. Yep. Oh, and Davina has a great point. Yeah, McCoy is the cynic. Yep.
I have no idea why it's unlisted. Maybe they're working out some copyright thing with YouTube.
Well, copyright doesn't matter because I know, when I first got into this YouTube gang, I know people put up videos and got in trouble even though they were unlisted or private. So it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter, Unfortunately, you think it would, but YouTube doesn't care, or their computer doesn't care. And Teague is saying, yeah, pretty sure 2001 was supposed to be a second evolutionary leap. But yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it's the next phase of humanity. Yep, with the Star Child. Yep. Ron says, it's a far, far better thing I do than I've ever done before. A far better resting place that I go to than I've ever known. And that's what's beautiful about this this last scene. And even the bed, and I love the design of the bed. It's like a modern bed. That you could picture a Vulcan sleeping on that bed. All the little details. It's not really important, but it's not just it's not a hospital bed or so. Yeah, McCoy is often shown to be the most sympathetic as well. Yep, I'd agree with that. Yeah, with his emotion and all different sides of a coin. Yep. Hey, Zacharias here. Hello, hello.
And it didn't really hit me how much I liked it until the credits rolled. And I saw that Shatner had something to do with it. And, even though I'm thinking to myself as I'm watching this, I'm like, is this music from Lost? And then you see it's Michael Giacchino in it doing the music. And you're like, oh, okay, that's why it sounds like that. But it plays perfectly.
Yep.
I keep seeing 765 and I want to say 309.
765 4309. Jenny, you got my number. Yep. And Teague, as mentions, I think it was unlisted, so you end up looking at some of their other work because for Otoy, this is a commercial. Yep. And Teague says, Jump 1 is a monkey encountering the monolith. Yep. Jump 2 is Dave becoming the Star Child. Yep. Yeah, that stretch in the great beginning of 2001 where monolith appears and then the ape learns to use the bone as a tool to kill, the most primitive weapon. But and then Devin said Paramount sanctioned, so the copyright should be fine. Yep. Donnie says they will continue the voyages we have begun and journey to all the undiscovered countries, boldly going where no one has gone before. Captain James Tiberius Kirk. So unification. So I guess they're unifying all the universes here. The unifying Kirk and Spock together. We finally get to see each other in the end there. So, StreamYards has a limit of 200 slides. Of course, I wanted to get to that. Let me just. I'll pull up my. I'll show it on the other screen then. We shall go to the other screen because I do want to show these credits here. Let's see, like that full screen. Oh, here, let me do this. Let's go into the. Let's do some. Bear with me as I do some technical mumbo jumbo in the background.
And if you check the private chat, I put a link to the guy that was in my chat room in the chat the other night. I did find his YouTube channel, and I mean, I can't tell. I mean, there's a lot of Pixar stuff on there, which he was.
Right.
But he's also got the Lenoria trailer. Would that be unusual to have too? And he's got a composting progression. I'm guessing it was him. You'd like to hope it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So That wasn't an ape. It was something I can't pronounce. But thank you. An Australia. I'm going to get into trouble. I'm going to get banned from YouTube.
Australopithecus.
Thank you. God bless you. Killing me. Mawedge. I put in the lisp in there to say that. Yep. I like how our Kelvin interloper only silently handed Kirk a Starfleet insignia. So I have to say, this really belongs to you. Yep. So let me get my slideshow up here. Let's go to the credits. Let me throw that on the other screen here. I'll do my. Oh. Let's see here. All right. I got that up on the screen. So I'm going to share my screen. There we go. So we've got, let me go through the actors here. So we've got Sam Witwer as Kirk. Of course, William Shatner.
Witwer.
First. Witwer, thank you, Witwer. So for Leonard Nimoy. William Shatner, Sam Witwer. My name and pronunciation of names always gets me. Yep. Lawrence Selleck. And that, I believe, is Spock.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Correct. Yep. And the great Robin Curtis. Yep. Gary Lockwood. Yep. Hey, Lemon Pie is here. Yep. He said it was an Australian. Hey. Leonard says it's an ape. We're apes after all. Yep. Let's get back to the slides here. So an Otoy, I guess that's how they pronounce it. Otoy. I'm guessing. Yep. There's the director. I just want to get to that the credits screen. Yep. There's the music that you recognize. Yep. He did the music for Lost, you said, or
yeah.
Geeking Out. Yep. Executive producer, Rod, William Shatner. So as you said, yeah, Shatner was in on this, and of course Nimoy's wife, Susan Bay, director of photography, Dave Blass, and Carla. He also directed and edited it. So here, this is what we wanted to show here. So we've got Kirk as both Shatner and Witwer. Spock is Selleck. Obviously, Savick is Curtis. Mitchell is Gary Lockwood. James Colt is Haisa. If I pronounce your name correctly. Yor is Tarpley. Crusher, and I'm assuming that's Jack Crusher. John Del Torio. And Sorak is Mark Sinery, would you say? How would you pronounce that last name? Not sure. Yep.
Connery with an I.
Connery with an I. Oh, thank you. Yep, Connery. Yep. So we have the music is for the guy from Lost. Is he also probably the Kelvin Trek music guy too? I would assume. Yep. Oh, here we go. See, Maddie's Daddy. You got to pop in now. You've got the link. Carlos Pineda.
Okay.
He's a former Pixar animator, one of the best. I've met him. Yep. So Maddie's Daddy. Yep. So 6 degrees of separation. We got 5. Does that make it 5 degrees to me now? You're number 1. So how does a Baconator work? If you met someone who met Kevin Bacon, what's your Bacon number? I don't know. I should know that. Yep. A few production members of Unification show up in a chat room during the latest observations with Robert Meyer Burnett, including Carlos. Yep. So Geek, I think it had to have been him. It's got to be him. Yep.
See, what I don't understand is a couple of shows weeks prior, he was in the chat.
On just a random Friday night Star Trek episode.
Yeah, like the last
It
week.
wasn't. I mean, nothing with Unification or this
No,
stuff.
no, we
right?
were just talking old.
Talking Trek.
We did. This we did last week. We did Galileo 7, and I think he was there. We did the one
Best episode ever.
prior to that. This week was Trelane.
Okay.
And then what was the one before Galileo 7? That was kind of a tough one to get through.
And I should episode 16. I should know that, but I should have that better memorized. But yeah, well, let's see. I gotta go to the Wikipedia. So I pull up my red book. Oh, Shore Leave. That was with
Right.
all the crazy animals. Yeah, that's a fan favorite to some people. But yeah, it is kind of a crazy. It is a crazy episode. Yeah. So you had Balance of Terror, Shore Leave, then the Galileo 7.
Yeah, I'll have to go through all the ones where he popped in and was making comments and see how long he's been. Now, is there a way to check who subscribes? I don't know any of these little.
Yeah, you can go into your YouTube. You can go into your YouTube. What's it called? The
analytics area.
Not well, but you got to go into your on YouTube. What's it called? Your
studio.
YouTube Studio. Yeah, go into the studio, and then you can see who's on the dashboard. It'll show you who's recent activity and subscribers. You can see who's subbed, and you can click see all subscribers. But I think people can have a setting where they won't show up on that. So, but if he's there, yeah, then you could see it. Yep. If he allows it, it's a setting. But yeah, you can go check that on your. That'd be fun to check. I think. Yep. So, yeah, but yeah, it does make because who would pretend to be him, right? I mean, no offense to if he's out there watching, it'd be awesome. But it's not like you're pretending to be like a really famous actor. That's that's someone who's Maddie's daddy obviously knows him being as an animator, but not someone that you would recognize instantly. So it's like not someone you would like try to it's like I'm Brad Pitt, or I'd pretend to be Brad Pitt or something. So yep. Oh, we got a super chat here from the Dead Man. Oh, thank you so much. Yep. Did you see that at the end credits they play the Star Trek fanfare? Yeah, I did catch a little bit. I thought I heard that in the background. And thank you so much for that super chat. And whenever someone gives a super chat, we got to play some really cool some cool videos here. So let's go to some TOS videos here. Let's play something. This is one of my favorite clips here.
What on earth is that?
I am endeavoring, ma'am, to construct a mnemonic memory circuit using stone knives and bearskins.
Right? So thank you for that super chat. Much appreciated. Yep. Oh, and Buddy's here. Buddy Hepburn. How's it going, Buddy? So let's see if I missed any of the chat here. Yep. And a few production members of Unification showed up in the chat. Oh, the chat room. I read that. Yep. And Dave Blatt, yeah, he's been doing a lot of posting a lot of production pictures and a lot of great stuff about this production. Yep. So here we go. Observers in the Fountain. So that would make sense that let's see if we catch any names in here. That anyone see any names they recognize, or maybe those are animators or people involved in the company. Be my guess.
None that stick out to me.
Right? I don't see anyone that a lot of times when you see like, you know, if the lead actor is there, your kids will be in the movie as an extra, that kind of thing. Yep. And I guess here we got the stand-ins for our characters too, which makes sense. Yep, you'd have stand-ins. Yep, and the crew and producers. Otoy lights and light stage. I wonder if any of those names cross-reference with the people in the fountain, but yeah, because it would make sense if it would put people in there. Yep, the Kudas, of course, Doug Drexler, Darren Documents, all very famous Star Trek people who worked on Star Trek. And Donnie says, he also scored Rogue One as well. Yep, the person who did the music. So I'm trying to see if I went the wrong way. These are the camera, Roddenberry Archive. There's the camera operators. Yep. So that the first slide is the most. First, you see who the actors were. Yep. Extras extras casting. Let's see anything else catch our eyes here. But you can see just quite a crew here. This is not a simple production. I mean, this is not a simple fan film. They spent some money on this to get this done. So now, do you think that scene? Do you guys think this was filmed on location, or was that all like that fountain scene? Do you think that was all green screen, or was that? What do you guys think? Yeah,
It looks real. It doesn't look like it's
right?
What's that thing they use on Mandalorian?
Volume.
Yeah, it doesn't look like volume. I really don't know. I go to work in the morning, so that's when I usually spend most of my time on Twitter.
Oh, Matt,
I think
go
ahead.
Oh yeah, Matt, is that the link? Since checking your messenger, it's the same link every week now. StreamYard's for their obnoxious upgrade cost. That's one of the things you can do with a link. I have a permanent link for Sunday Night Geekery, so please don't give it out. No, just kidding. Yeah, but yeah. So if you just go in your messenger and you just click in there, that's the same link, every week. So it's not gonna change. Yep. So you got the link, buddy. But if you can pop in if you want to for a few minutes. I don't think we're going to go too long. We didn't get to even talk about Cobra Kai tonight, Lemon Pie. Well, I'll do a few minutes of Cobra Kai, but we've had so much fun talking about this. So there's a brain. What is brain? Well, we can do that. We can find some brains here. Let's see if they're abnormal brains. But where do I have that clip? Oh, I know I have that. Here we go.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
So I think, there's nothing, of course, props to all the people that worked on this that did a great job. But yeah, it did look real to me, right? Yeah, it didn't look like the volume, or I mean, they obviously had some green screen work, but Vulcan but that's why those Star Wars shows end up looking so fake after a while.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe Spock's room could have been done on volume because the lighting and
that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
But there were definitely scenes like the garden scene, I think, was filmed on a location.
I believe this is Thor.
Greetings,
Asgardian. How are you?
I am well, thank you, sir. I am fine. The most votes was for talking about food, and I'm making mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Maddie has some sort of a sore in her mouth that she can't eat anything. It's not soft.
Oh.
For the next day or so. So yeah, I don't have a lot to add except for Carlos Baena is a great, or was he? I guess he's retired now. He's young. Is an animator from Spain. And if you watch the Incredibles with the director's commentary on, they talk about him because there's a scene where Mr. Incredible has to lift a tiki head, and he's about to go through a river of lava. And they tried several animators to do it, and one animator would make it look like it was too heavy, and therefore Mr. Incredible wasn't strong enough. The next guy would give it a shot, and he would make it look like Mr. Incredible was too strong, and the thing
Too
was
easy.
heavy. And so they said, we must go to Spain, which is what they said every time they had something. That this guy was really great at physical animation. You know,
Okay.
some people are good at like the acting aspects. Some people are good at physical stuff.
Okay.
And so he, along with two other guys, a guy named Bobby Boom Beck, who also worked for Pixar, very annoying guy actually, and another guy who was a ILM animator. They founded this thing about, must be 20 years ago now, called Animation Mentor, which was the first online animation school. So I didn't know that Carlos was a Star Trek fan, but if he directed this, I guess he is. So that to me is very, that would be like going to a convention and hearing William Shatner talk about Mike Alonso. So
Yeah. Right. Yep. Yep.
this may be totally boring to everybody else, but
No, it was very interesting. No, thank you.
He actually gave me my diploma when I
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I got a picture of me somewhere getting my diploma from him and speaking to him in my feeble Spanish.
Wow.
So yeah, it's I think he's retired. I think they sold Animation Mentor for an insanely huge profit. He's probably a multi-millionaire, I'm sure, and he may be 40 by now. So anyway, that's a very interesting connection. When I saw that name, I was like, wait a minute, I know this guy.
You know, yeah. And he was in the Geek Tonight chat. You know, like we think it is him.
Oh, really? Cool.
In his chat last Friday or a couple of Fridays. Well, this Friday and then a couple of previous Fridays, maybe. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was a Pixar animator for years and years, and animation. You know, it's funny because one of the other supervising animators was a guy that I never had a class under Carlos. I had a class under another Pixar animator named Victor Navone, although it should be Navone. And where was I going with this? Oh, I've actually got my copy of The Incredibles right here with that he signed. You said he was on a podcast. I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, well, anyway.
Well, you got a signed copy of The Incredibles by him. That's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and he drew a little picture of a mask on it, you know, and he, when he signed it, he said, "Are you going to sell this online?" And I said, "No." I said, "No." And he went, "Okay, to Steve." Because, you know, obviously if you're selling online.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's interesting that Carlos directed this thing. Yeah, that's fascinating. He was a Pixar animator for years and years and worked on a lot of their best stuff, you know, back in their golden age before the dark times, before Disney. So yeah.
Right.
So that's all I have to say about that.
That's all I have to say about that. Well, here, Steve. Here we go on this scene. Here we got digital prosthetics and rotoscoping team. So I guess there was some rotoscoping in this. And can you explain what rotoscoping is to like stupid people like me and those of you from Rio Linda?
Rio Linda. Wow. Wow. Okay.
If you're a Rush Limbaugh fan, you would get that reference. Yep.
So rotoscoping has a couple of different meanings. It basically means tracing over something. The first, so there's sort of the original definition was when you look at the Superman cartoons of the Fleischer era back in the 40s.
Yep.
To save money, it's not because their animators weren't good. They were, and there are a lot of parts of it that clearly were not rotoscoped because humans couldn't do some of those things. But the original meaning, it would basically, they would shoot a movie, and Disney did this as well at times. They would shoot a movie, a live action movie, and then people would trace over each frame.
Okay.
Animators generally hate this because it's a cost cutting measure, and animators want to animate themselves, and they want to view reference and then spice it up and add their own enhancements to it.
Yep.
Make the jumps higher and make the movements more exaggerated, and that sort of thing.
Yep.
But in this context, what it probably means is when you shoot something on green screen, sometimes the software won't, no matter how good the spill suppressor is, sometimes the computer just can't get rid of all the green screen.
Okay.
You go in with a masking tool and make what's called a traveling mask, which is going every frame and say tracing around, let's say it's Obi-Wan Kenobi's feet, because he's supposed to be standing on a volcano, but instead he's staying on a green screen, and parts of the green screen are not just being automatically.
So you don't have to do that frame by frame. You create a mask that's semi-automatic then? That would be an intense amount of work if you had to do that mask on every frame, right?
And you often have to, yeah.
Or sometimes you have to, yep.
Software is really good at it, but there are times when something will reflect. Maybe they can't get far enough away from the green screen, and the green from the screen reflects onto their clothing or into their hair or something.
Also, their clothes will look a little green.
No, they'll just key out completely.
They'll just disappear.
Disappear,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, think of the end of Temple of Doom, where Indy is hanging from the bridge. His feet are actually over. They had to rotoscope his legs when they matted in the alligators or crocodiles or whatever they are down there.
Okay.
At the end, because the mat didn't extend far enough, or the set didn't extend far enough for him, and they had to mat out, rotoscope his legs.
Yeah. They if you look at they had this problem a lot. Marcus heard me talk about many times about the old TV show Shazam that got me, into this whole geek thing. And you can, if you Google Jackson Bostwick, you'll see pictures of him flying towards the camera with half of his foot just disappearing. And it's because the guy, and you got to give him respect for this, man. He laid on a green box and held his body in a flying position. With George Reeves, he laid on a table, and you can clearly see where his body just flattens out.
Yeah.
Jackson Bostwick leaned over, or not leaned, but held his body horizontal on top of a box that was, supporting him at the abs. But you could see his foot disappearing behind it. So it's just half of his foot just randomly disappears. So those are the kind of things that that you would do rotoscoping on when the green screen messes up. Okay. Later when the second guy, John Davey, did it, they used a lot of ropes and wires and stuff like that. And I don't know if anybody has seen ISIS, but in the first ISIS, they're holding her up by ropes and stuff. You could tell by the way her skirt was falling. And then I noticed, I think it was in the second season, that none of that happened. And I looked at it and I said, what's going on here? And then I realized somebody got the bright idea of just having her stand on a green floor, and they put the camera above her. And so she's just standing there with her arms up.
And it just puts her arms up, right?
Arms
makes
up
the motion.
And they just turn the whole thing sideways. So,
but
rotoscoping in this context is probably Yeah, like he said, set extensions, or I can't think of what else, but yeah, or if something is passing in front of something it's not supposed to, things like that. If you have, like, there's a very famous scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where you see the cameraman. Is everybody familiar with this one? There's
No.
so if you look up, like, movie flubs or whatever, there's a scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where all the bad guys are, it's on the bad guy's boat, I believe. And there's a cameraman in the shot. And it made it to the final edit. That's the kind of thing that, had they
would take out. Yeah.
They would rotoscope out, which is basically, on every frame, they would just trace around this guy and cut him out, and then they'd find another piece of blue sky or something and slap it in behind him. So
Yeah,
bring
so
up my
Davina's.
bring up my
Oh
share.
yeah, I'll bring that up in a second. I just want to read this quote. Yep. So Davina said, in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, most of the dancing scenes and all Prince Charming's character movements were rotoscoped.
Yep.
And then just before I turn this off, so Paramount, I guess they're thanking, yes, the theme from Star Trek is in here, and Star Trek Archive. Kevin Feige, I guess, is involved. Why is Kevin Feige? Ari Emanuel? Why are they named in this? That's interesting. Alex Ross, I guess, is it Alex Ross the artist? The Kudas. Trying to see who else we would recognize here, and then. Let's see, film on location in San Marino, California. Rendered in Octane Render on the Render Network. I guess that's that digital makeup. And Solar Dynamics Observatory images courtesy of NASA. Okay.
Octane is a rendering engine.
Rendering engine?
Yeah, that uses makes use of the graphics processing unit. The
Okay.
CPU. It's supposed to be one of the better ones. I've never used it because I'm not rich.
Yeah, they list it there. Yeah, and the render network, I guess. Yep. And Skywalker Sound, of course. Yep. And of course, all rights to Paramount. Yep. Here, let me put up the geeks pictures here. Oh, there we go.
So can you see my pointer here? So
yeah, we can see your pointer. Thank you.
This is the end of the set. So all this is rotoscoped out, and then this is the
matte painting, or
the matte painting. Yeah, the effects with the henchmen falling to their deaths.
Yeah, this has got the sort of typical. This may have been. I don't know if this is before CGI or not. I don't remember the year.
It's before CGI, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
PZ Burton.
1984.
Yeah, so the reason, like, if you look at the guys who are falling, you see how they look kind of
fake there with the matte, the shadow around them.
That sort of softens all the corners and stuff, and looks like one guy. I'm on my phone, so I'm not sure, but it looks like the top guy has his leg cut off, actually.
Yep. Good night, Oliver Belmonte. Thank you for hanging with us, and catch you next week.
Good night, Oliver.
And all these guys were animated over a green screen.
But they're actors, and then they just
no. The henchmen that are falling are stop motion.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they put them over the moving river that they background, because you can tell it's green screened from the way
they're fake. Look. They're totally fake. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look, you see green screen. Very often all the little folds and stuff just kind of disappear, because back in those days, I mean, I'm not really sure about the timeline, but at some point in history, or up until a certain point, I should say, when they did this kind of thing with green screen and rotoscoping, they had to cut the film with like an X-Acto knife in every frame.
Okay. Yep.
So I don't know if that was done here because I'd have to actually look it up, and I don't really know all the history as well as I should and the dates and stuff. And actually, I never cared for this particular movie, so
I do like this movie.
Don't come after me, everybody. Everybody's allowed to.
It's all right. And hail to Dan Stan. Thank you for joining us on Sunday Night Geekery. And Lenrod is, and we're going to get to food or lemon pie. 3.5 hours of no Cobra Kai talk. Johnny would be losing his cool. That's for sure he would. Yep. But this is really interesting. Yep. When you did, and you had some other pictures of the chat that you had Geek and I too, or with the director up before, or
yeah, I guess I can only share one at a time.
yeah, or oh yeah, it disappeared now, right? Yeah, I was gonna click that up, but yeah, if you want to reshare it, yep. Here we go.
So this is everything that was said in response to our questions Friday night.
Okay. So
I mean,
Sam,
these
was
are all
really
answers
committed to the
I could come
character,
up with. If I was pretending to be somebody, I
Yep.
could probably come up with, oh yeah, he was incredible to work with, and
Yeah. Thank you for the kind words. It was 10 months of intense challenges in terms of story, technology, and being responsible and respectful to the work. I didn't grow up on Star Trek, so many folks got me educated over the last 2.5 years as I directed these last 765, 874 shots. Sam was incredible. That was all Stan's intuition and nuanced acting. Same as Robin Curtis's acting. Remarkable actors.
Is this Carlos speaking or typing?
Yes,
that's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
I'm going to text him right now, Steve, and ask him to come on Sunday Night Geek. No, just kidding. But yeah, you're never sure if you meet someone on YouTube. But I wasn't trying to be, in any way degrading or, saying he wasn't important. But people would pretend to be Tom Cruise or Michael Jordan before they'd pretend to be Carlos Bonilla. I mean, that's an obscure person to impersonate. Well, maybe not as much now that this is getting all this attention, but back then, so
yeah,
I think,
yeah. If you met Carlos, he's the coolest guy ever. He has a really great sense of humor, and he's a world class animator. So if you met him, you'd like him. At least as far as I know him, I don't know what he's like at home. He might be a total jerk, but the guy I met was super, super cool, as all animators are. No, I'm just kidding.
As all animators are, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, the next step is going to be inviting him on an episode one Friday night, and anybody, any of you guys are welcome if that happens. If you want to.
Thank you. Yep.
So
that would surprise me if all of a sudden some random guy said, "Hey, remember me?"
Yeah, well, that'd be cool, Steve, if you were in the chat. Well, that's how you would really know, too, right? If you mentioned someone that you had life experience with, and hey, do you remember?
I was just one of hundreds, possibly thousands of graduates of Animation Mentor that he met, so he wouldn't remember me.
He wouldn't remember me. Oh, okay, darn. I was trying to build you up there. Just kidding.
The guy that I mentioned who was still at Pixar. Victor Navone, he'd remember me.
The thing is, if you mention that animation class or something, then if someone hadn't done their homework, they might not know about that, right? Or
he'd probably be pretty proud that somebody could say, oh yeah, he's from Spain. He co-founded Animation Mentor, all this kind. Yeah, he'd probably be, but that's kind of all I know about him. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I'm saying to try to see if that's really him. I guess that's what we're trying to figure out. But I'm guessing it is. But
I mean, yeah, not a lot of Carlos Bainas in the world, let alone in the film. I'll bet it's him.
Yeah. Right.
Even if it isn't, I'm going to say it is.
I would bet it is. Some animation directors have gone on to, well, most notably, does anybody know who Brad Bird is?
Yep.
Okay.
He's incredible.
That was a joke, right?
That was, yes.
Okay.
He had the impossible mission too.
Yes, he did. There was actually, probably still find it. He's a genius, but he's what one of the animators referred to him as strong coffee, meaning, yeah, he's brilliant. He's a great animator. You want him directing your film. You just don't want to work with him because he's the kind of guy who takes everything ultra hyper serious and, probably blows up at every little thing, But there was a thing that he did with Tom Cruise when he was directing, the mission, one of the Mission Impossibles. And he also directed another thing with George Clooney. It took place in Disney World or something. I'm not really sure, but anyway, and he did this little short thing where this was just meant for us animators, clearly, because the camera's in tight on him, and he's reading a statement saying, and with this, I finally. I'm going to paraphrase this. I don't remember his exact words, but something along the lines of, with this, I no longer have to stop wasting my life with kiddie cartoons and can move into serious, adult art form, a real art form. And the camera pulls out. There's Tom Cruise with a gun to Brad Bird's head. And Cruise turns to the camera. Hey, have you got me in the shot? So there's precedent in animators, animation directors moving into live action.
Yeah,
film is film. As much as anybody loves the medium, it would probably be fun to actually direct actual people as opposed to say, no, make this smile shape simpler. It's too complicated. Or there's one frame too many in here.
Yeah.
So
attention to detail. Yeah.
Yeah. So all that was my very long-winded way of saying I'm pretty sure that's the same Carlos Baena that I met.
Yeah, so here's his YouTube page. And I just put the link in for the Roddenberry Archive, William Shatner in conversation. So check that out, or check out the Otoy channel. Obviously, they want we want everyone to see their work. So check out all their videos. And this is the one that's gotten the most attention. Obviously, this last one, the one with Spock, got a little bit of buzz, but this one has gotten lots of attention on the interweb. So this is his channel, 984 subscribers and 28,000 views, joined in 2006. So it's someone who's been on quite a long time too on YouTube. So it's not not created last week. And he's only got 5 videos, but Nemo, Toy Story breakdown, and Lanoria, and so it could be
definitely.
I'm guessing.
Well, who knows how many are unlisted?
That's
how
true
many,
too, right? Yeah, his videos. Yeah, he's probably got a ton of unlisted videos to share with people. Yeah.
I'm friends with him on social media, and he hasn't posted anything since I think like 1990. Sorry, 2019 or something. So he doesn't post a lot, and those shots are probably just his shots that he's most proud of in case he ever has to look for a job again. But my guess is that they sold that thing and made millions, and unless he bought all his friends' boats and Maseratis, he's probably set for life. Although he could have Mike Tyson, so
yep.
Some of these other people that spent their million, made enough money to never have to work again, and then blew it all on cocaine and whatever.
Action figures. That's what I would do. Buy it all in action figures. Yep.
All right. I got a news flash. You have any news flash music?
I don't have newsflash music. Yeah.
So I replied to Robert Meyer Burnett on X, and I replied with, not sure if it was him, but Carlos Baini was in my chat last night while we discussed unification. Would love to know if it was actually him. And he replied, it says, it was indeed me. I was able to pop in between meetings. It was great hearing the feedback on something we've been working pretty much on the bubble for quite a while. Thanks for the warm, brief welcome.
Wow.
That's really cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Very cool.
All right. That's going on my resume in the morning.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So it was him. Yeah. Because he was on live with RMB at that time. So that was on Twitter. That was on Twitter. You said that was, but he did reply. That was him. Yep.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Because he was talking about the show. Yep. That was awesome. Yep. Cool sauce, says Lenrod. Yep.
I would like study animation for him under a week. I'd probably become 10 times the animator I am now.
So it's great to have those mentors. And JT Kirk has to fade out. Don't burn out. Just fade out. But yeah, we apologize. You were going to show those slides, and we spent such a deep dive on unification. But I don't think you minded. So we'll have you.
No worry.
If you're around next week,
it's not every day you get new Star Trek, right? So
yeah. So this took precedent, but we're going to do a few minutes of Cobra Kai. Promise, Brian. And let them buy it.
I just got to be up very early.
No, I understand. So, yeah.
And I'm actually going to stop yapping now and head out too, so that other people can say what they want to say, because the mashed potatoes are done. So, and as I
put a lot of cheese in them.
No, I don't put cheese in my mashed potatoes.
Okay.
Although
butter and milk.
The butter and cream, tons of butter, tons of yeah.
Okay.
This is the simple classic mashed potatoes. I cook some things really, really well. Gumbo is one of them. Chili is one of them. And mashed potatoes, I just do what everybody else does. Slice them, you boil them, you mash them, stick them in a stew. No, just kidding.
Yep.
You got that.
I love being around my fellow nerds. But yeah, with that, I'm going to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Oh yes, that's right. Yep. Yeah, everyone have a fantastic Thanksgiving. Yep.
Yeah.
And as will I. So good night, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you for being here, JT. Yep.
Thank you.
Take care, Steve. Say hi to Maddie. Yep. Catch you soon. And famous last words. We're only going to go a few more minutes here. Oh, Maddie's daddy's still he's still here, even though. Yep.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. And I don't know if you're going to do a show next week. I will once again have Maddie because tonight's not my night, but I got her because of a trade.
Okay.
So if you do it next week, I will probably be in the chat, but may or may not be able to pop up depending on, she's she made a joke. For those of you who don't know, I have a 4-year-old. I have the world's most awesome 4-year-old, in my opinion, of course. She made a joke that day. She said, "Dad, I think you need some coffee."
I don't get it. Oh.
I think that's pretty good for a 4-year-old.
That was pretty good. Yeah, that was a good dad joke, actually. I'm going to steal that.
Yeah. So anyway, so thank you for letting me geek out with you guys, and happy Thanksgiving, and live long and prosper until the next time I see y'all.
Thank you, Steve. Yep. Have a great Thanksgiving. Yep. Take care. Say hi to Maddie.
Will do. Bye-bye, everybody.
And thank you, JT Kirk. Yep. Sure. Yep. Oh. Geek, you're going to say something? Sorry.
No, I was just saying good night to him.
Yep. So yep, Steve is gone, but he's probably listening. He's probably listening. Yeah, Lenrod put coffee in there, and of course we got to say goodbye to the Mighty Thor with his outro. And we'll play this for JT. So thank you guys. Yeah, and we'll do a little bit of Cobra Kai since I promised. So we won't. I don't know if Geek and I, if you have to head out or get to work early.
Well, I do, and I haven't watched Cobra Kai yet. So.
Yep. Have you watched any of Cobra Kai? Just curious.
The first 4.
Oh, you did watch the first four seasons or 4?
Yeah, first 4 seasons.
Yeah, and then you tapped out.
I didn't really tap out. It just, I don't know. All the kids picking on each other kind of brought me back to high school. And I was like, I don't need to see this again.
It got a little repetitive. I'll definitely agree with that. Yep.
After what's his name fell and broke his back and then was fighting on the stairs like 3 episodes later.
Yeah, that was Zolo, right? Yeah. Oh no, was it Rob? Oh, Robbie broke his back. Yeah. Robbie. Yep. They don't mention that anymore. Actually, yeah, he's fine. Yep. No, it has. Yeah, that's one of the things. I think it did drag on a little bit long, but I'll talk about the 6th season a little bit, and then I'm sure you probably want to tap out too. I'm sure with being this late and not having watched it. So.
Well, it's later for you, right?
It is later for me. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Yep, but we'll go just a few more minutes. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm gonna punch. I'll see you. I'll see you on the webs. Have a good night.
Thank you. And let me put your link in the chat again. And yep, take care. Catch you soon. And make sure you post that on your resume. You got the director there. That was awesome.
Yeah,
yep.
That's it. Interviewed.
And
happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Oh, you should. Yeah, you should ask him to be on the show, like you said. That would be great. Yep.
I will. Yes, he will be my first invite of the new year. And don't forget, everybody, stretchy pants on Thursday. Stretchy pants.
For sure. Yep. That's right. Yep. All right. Take care, Mr. Geek.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye. And time to call it, Mark. It's late. Yeah. Oh, it was Miguel. Yeah, well, see, that's what happens when you're an old geek like this. And that was a few seasons ago, right? It was Robbie that kicked. All right, that was Miguel. You're right. Yep, that was Miguel. Gee, that's why I got you out there. Thank you to the chat. Yeah, but we'll do just a few minutes of this, and next week we'll go into depth. But I did want to say I thought season 6 did end well. I think the show has been, and I love the show, right? Love it to death, but especially the character Johnny and looking through his eyes as quote unquote the villain, but then seeing his point of view, it's been really interesting. And I think one of the best scenes is when they showed the Karate Kid movie scenes and then showed it from Johnny's point of view with Ralph Macchio's character annoying him and doing all the things to him and hitting on his girlfriend. And yeah, so you could argue maybe that obviously not he's not the bad, Ralph Macchio's character is not the bad guy, but seeing it from Johnny's perspective, I thought just that was the way to go too, right? Just we're Johnny was more of our lens through that first season, which really it's the easy way to go is it's all going to be all LaRusso. We didn't get all LaRusso, we got a lot of Johnny, and just love his introduction. And I got to get some clips from that show, but we always say goggle it. That's Johnny. He's goggling it, and he's trying to go on the dating apps, and he can't use the cell phone. And God, he's funny. But we went to Instagram here. I don't want to go to Instagram. Let's go back. Let's close that. Yeah. So this season, of course, yet another karate tournament. So that's of course another problem with the show. It's the same old thing over and over. Although the actors are very very good, and they do bring a lot to it. But it's just how many times we're going to see them go to karate tournaments? Of course, Rocky did a great job of the later movies branching off from that, the Rocky Balboa movie, and showing the humanity of the characters. But so basically, the minor spoilers, not going to give a lot away, but of course, there's this major fight that all the characters are going to, and I believe it's in Spain this season. So they're in Spain for this huge, massive karate tournament, and I think there's like 8 or 20 dojos, or how many, huge list of characters fighting. You have to get invited there and invited to this fight. So it's not not anyone can go there. So it's a Saikai Taikai, if I'm saying it correctly. And of course they're fighting in all these teams, and there's the characters are you've got the teen romance stuff, love triangle, of course, with the characters, and Miguel is with Ralph Macchio's daughter, so he's with Sam, and then Robbie Keane is with Peyton, is with Tori Nichols' character. I think her character is probably one of the best characters in the show. That's Peyton List as the actress, and she does a fantastic job with her character, who goes through a lot with taking care of her mom. She's got a lot of personal difficulties, money problems, and I do like her character. I think her character is really super interesting and going through a lot. And yeah, Donnie said I love the entire Cobra Kai characters. Yep, and beware of Chang Li. Yep, and yep, and Barcelona. Yep. So yeah, so they do take into account some of the scenery. I mean, some of this, with the TV show, they could compress this, but if it was a movie, you could have done this in 2 hours. But if you haven't, minor spoiler, Terry Silver's character comes back, so that's the big surprise. He comes back, and of course, you've got the great bad guy, the head of Cobra Kai, Martin Cove, is John Kreese. I saw him at the Terrificon. God, he's a big guy, and he's up there in years, but man, he's in great shape and does a fantastic job. And Thomasine Griffith is Terry Silver, of course. If you watch Karate Kid Part 3, God, what a great way to bring a character back, and he's in fantastic shape too. His moves, you can really tell he knows karate, and does a great job. I think probably the weakest is, although I do like her portrayal, is Sam LaRusso. I think Mary Mauser as Sam, little weak on the karate side, not but not the easiest thing to do for an actor to get into. But so you've got the love triangles going, and but the characters are all very well acted, and of course, yeah, they're smiling here, and yeah, there's the enemy of Cobra Kai, and of course, you've got the old cliches where you think Cobra Kai is out and they're done, and of course something happens and they're able to get back in, and yeah, so very predictable on that front. But what sets the series up is apart is how you enjoy the actors and how you appreciate them, and the charm, or on the other hand, evilness that they bring to their, if you're a villain, right? Yeah. So, but I wouldn't say there's any bad acting in this show. I mean, they do a pretty good job, and of course, Eli the Hawk character, and then his friend Dimitri, they're fantastic together as the kind of the geek and nerd duos. So they have a great friendship there. And Zolo as Miguel Diaz, fantastic. You can see why Hollywood picked him to be the a superhero. And yeah, I think he's got a good solid career ahead of him. He did a great job in as a Blue Beetle. And Robbie Keane is Tanner Buchanan. He does a nice job too. So yeah, I think if you had terrible actors, you wouldn't be able to pull this off. So, and of course, Johnny Lawrence's character is looking for redemption always, and one of the better scenes, he's telling the kids, you know, don't you're going to regret this if you don't fight hard. You're going to get a lot of low end jobs, and your life is going to be crap, and you're going to think about this forever. And that was a great monologue there, where he's basically telling the kids about his regret. So of not winning that All Valley tournament back in the day when he tried to sweep Daniel's leg and he used a crane attack on him. So, yeah, that's, you do have regrets in life sometimes. Obviously, looking back, what would you have done differently, or how would you have done things? If you had that second chance. And he's telling the kids, you've got this chance here. Don't give this up. Don't screw it up. So yeah, I thought it was really a nice. There's a nice message behind this series, and they're always fighting back and forth between Johnny and Daniel, and the two different sides of a coin. Yep. And Donnie was saying he did like the was it Donnie that said that? Let me see, who liked the casting of Devin. Has she been in what is she? Was she in Power Rangers at all, Donnie, or her character that was Ona O'Brien as Devin? Yep. So I'm just wondering if she was in any of the Power Rangers stuff. But yeah, she's an interesting character too. One of the big jokes, she wants to get to the tournament, so she puts laxative in one of the other kids' drink so that he can't fight, and then so that she can knock him out of the tournament. Yep. Ona O'Brien was never in Power Rangers. Okay, just checking, because you mentioned you like her, so I was wondering if she was at any point in the Power Rangers, because we know how much you know how much you like that. Yep. But yeah, she's does a nice job in acting. So you say Una or Una? Oh, yeah, I always want to get these names right, but I'm guessing it's Una, maybe. Yeah, I hope it is, but yeah, no disrespect intended. Yeah. So yeah, she wasn't in the Power Rangers at all. Yep. So yeah, so you got a lot of those cliches, and then in the end, though, oh, and Donnie says, yeah, she would make a perfect cast member in a future Power Rangers project, though. I think, yeah, I would think so, with her karate martial arts skills. Yep. So, but yeah, it's something that's really cliched, but you do get those characters that rise above it, and yeah, you get the repetitive stuff, but it's fun in the end, right? So finally they're at the this is, I guess, there's how many more episodes left? Let's see. We've got, I'm looking at the season here. So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes left in the whole series. So the series is, well, I guess you wouldn't say canceled, but it's ending because it's very popular. And the rumor is, I guess I've been hearing they're going to do a movie, finish it out with a Karate Kid movie again, or do a movie again, or so we'll see what happens. But it has been a hugely popular show, and for good reason, since it's so damn good. So yeah, it's really really well written and well acted show. So yes, of course they get into no surprises, right? It looks like Miyagi Do is getting their butts whooped, and they're not gonna get in, but it's obvious that you've got to have them in the finals, right? You can't not have the Miyagi Do in the finals. So nothing surprising there. But and then you've got, of course, they set up rivalries between the characters. So of course, you've got Peyton List's character of Tori Nichols. So she's fighting with this other girl Zara, and they're fighting over. She's dating on the show. She's dating Robbie Keane character, but then he also gets drunk one night and probably does something he's not supposed to do. And with the Zara character, now she's probably one of the main new characters, which is Raina Vandingham. I can't pronounce her name, but she's actually a martial artist. You could tell with these people the way that they fight, and she really knows her stuff. It's just amazing. You can see how fast she is, and I guess she's won some championships, and just youngest black belt to win 13 world championships. So she's actually fought, and she plays this really cocky character, but she's really, you could just tell her martial arts is above and beyond. You can from these actors, and I think she's probably got a good career up ahead of her. But so that's a nice rivalry that they have there. Yep. And then let's see here what Lemon Pie said. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we got the final part coming up in 2025. Yep. And the movie has Ralph and Jackie Chan. Oh wow, that would be incredible. It will be incredible. Yep. And Lemon Pie, she never paid any price for what I think was lame. Oh, Devin's got So she's racked with guilt over dousing the drink with the laxative, but she he forgives her. So I guess the character could have Kenny could have really really held that out against her, but he kind of at that point he kind of let it go. But you're right. Yeah, I think the adults or something more should have happened to her, but maybe by suffering all that time with the guilt of it, hopefully that made her see the error of her ways, and maybe that was enough. But she really was really nothing didn't happen to her. And of course you've got they're trying to tie it back into the States too, so they've got Ralph Macchio, Daniel LaRusso's wife. She's back home with the youngest son, and they've got that scene with Kenny, and of course something happens, so Kenny's got to fly over there to be in the tournament. So but doesn't he replace he replaces Devin's character, I think, in the tournament? Maybe that was the punishment. I'm guessing. I think that's maybe what they did to give Kenny a shot. But just to wrap it up here, minor spoilers. Surprise! They're all together, all these dojos for the finals, and they're competing. One against the girls. There's two champions they pick, so two guys, a guy and a girl for each team, and they fight each other. But of course, a Russian dojo has been kicked out, and due to drug abuse, steroids, performance enhancing drugs, and the leader of their dojo comes over and whacks one of the officials, and then all hell breaks loose, and all the dojos start fighting each other. It's on TV. It's being broadcast, so the LaRusso clan back home with family and friends are watching this, and it's totally nuts. And they're seeing all this stuff being streamed, and it's a great fight, I have to say. In terms of choreographing it and how much time and effort went into and filming it. You've got like 40 or 50 people fighting on the screen in this last final scene of this part of the episode, or part of the season. And wow, it's the brawl is great. Yeah, it's true to the show, says Lemon Pie. Yeah, I thought it was fantastic. I'm watching this with my much better half, and she said parts of the seasons have not held up as well. anything you're doing, over and over, it's tough to do. But yeah, they really did a nice job with this last fight. Oh, and this there's a dream sequence, and people were picking on the CGI and the Unification CGI versus this few second clip of Mr. Miyagi. I know some people are upset they pulled him in, but I thought that it was a dream sequence, and he was just giving a message to Daniel. And I oh, thank you, Matt Isaiah. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you for reminding everyone. I have, we have loved ones we all miss or have passed, and once in a while I see my dad in a dream, right? Or my grandfather's. I'm sure you out there you've had that same experience. So I didn't. It wasn't like they brought Mr. Miyagi back, to do like a long flashback scene, or it's just a couple of seconds of him saying a line to Daniel, and they've got his voice. So I guess they recreated his voice, I'm assuming, using AI maybe. But it wasn't overly done in terms of, hey, we're going to bring back, Mr. Miyagi into the show. So I thought it was okay, even though the CGI was very, very wonky. Yeah, probably AI generated. Yeah, that's what it gets. The voice sounded pretty good though, but his CGI. But of course, this is supposed to be a dream anyway, so I thought it was okay. But yeah, they've got the ups and downs on the season, and you got the teenage love triangle stuff in there, which is fine too, because there's younger kids watching this, I'm sure, as well, right? So they're appealing to everyone. And yeah, you've got the different characters going back and forth, and getting involved with each other, or who's going to support who. And there are a couple of nice surprises, I thought, in terms of what happens. But if you haven't watched it, make sure I don't want to spoil a couple of nice twists and turns they have, even in this last episode. There was some nice clips that they did. Chosen's got every character's got his moment. So Chosen's got a nice moment in there. And yeah, there's always some good spots. For example, Kenny gets his nice moment in the sun too. So with a big cast like this, they're able to do a lot of stuff and give everyone their arcs, because they've got the space to to do this, not just this quick movie. So they've got the time. Yep. And here's the watch party at home. We're all watching the tournament at the end of the Saikai Takai. So and of course it's live streaming from Spain, which is believable now these days, right? Yep. And we made out a lot. Cobra Kai star actors addressed the surprise romance in season 6, part 2. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that was a good moment in the scene there. Yep. So yeah, it's definitely, if you're a Cobra Kai fan, right? Yeah, you're obviously gonna watch this, right? But I think at the end of this season, they did a great job of making this interesting, and giving you something crazy at the end. So yeah, it was really, really bonkers end scene, but it was good. Yeah. And there's a lot of stuff with Mr. Miyagi that you're finding out in backstory that they're adding to some mystery there. So we're gonna get those answers in the end. Yeah, there's a younger, more aggressive Miyagi. Daniel's fighting him in this dream sequence as a younger Miyagi. So it's obviously it's not, they don't try to CGI or just they just picked an actor who they thought would have looked like a younger Miyagi, and then his face morphs into the older Miyagi. I don't think that was CGI at all. It looked very real to me, so I'm assuming it was just an actor and they morphed him. Yep. And Lemon Pie says it was interesting how the deception, Danny, Johnny, and Chosen pull off results and what happens in the end directly. Yeah, that was great point, Lemon Pie. Yeah, so something tragic happens at the end of this. So yeah, so something bad. You knew something bad was going to happen. It always, cliffhanger. Something bad is going to happen. I'm waiting for watching this with my wife. I'm like, is Daniel going to get, hurt really badly? Is it going to be, or his daughter, or someone, someone you would just imagine is going to get hurt really badly. So, so something tragic happens, and that's the end of the season. At the end of the fight, and then of course the head of the tournament, who was knocked out before, had woken up and says, "Cut the feed, cut the feed." Of course, I think it would have said "cut the feed" a little bit a little bit earlier, but yeah, they they have that line, and that I think then that's it. Then it goes right to the credits, and that you got to wait. When is it? Let's see. When's the next episode coming out? February 13th is when everything drops. So we've got to wait till next year. And yeah, so so you've got Axel is this big Axel's a big huge dude here, right? This massive kind of like Dolph Lundgren type character. And this is Zara, who's in real life is a fantastic martial artist. Let's see who plays Axel. Let's see. What's his character? What's the actor's name of Axel? But he did a nice, Patrick Lewis with an L-U. Yep. So he's like the big kind of dorky, goofy, in emotionally, but he's a giant, and that's the other competing dojo that they're fighting against. So yeah, cut the feed, cut the feed. Yeah, I think that was the last line in that season. Yep. But yeah, the martial arts are really great in this fight too. There's I know Maddie's daddy maybe still out there, but I don't think he's watched any of Cobra Kai, but they did a great job of choreographing this last final scene, and characters got their moments and people come to the rescue, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. So and this is the semifinals. So just batshit crazy stuff at the end. Totally nuts. But Cobra Kai's done that before too. That was the end of the first season where they had the fight in the cafeteria, and then that's when the tragic accident happens where Miguel gets thrown off or kicked off by Robbie. So and almost breaks his back and takes forever to come back, but yeah, they just a crazy end, which is kind of fitting because this is just a TV show and it's for fun, but it has a good message to it, and the fighting and working hard, and not everything comes easy, but yeah, you can't. You got to suspend some disbelief too. So yeah, if you had 60 martial artists going at it, yeah, it might get kind of crazy. Oh, and then they have fun. They have another Karate Kid character coming back as a bad guy. Daniel's like, "You again?" So and of course they show a flashback of him and the Karate Kid, so which is great. So I give it a thumbs up. It's fun, and it stays true to itself. So and then there's repercussions too, as Lemon Pie had very pointed out really well here, that something that Daniel, Johnny, and Chosen were trying to do to help their dojo and hurt Cobra Kai actually had terrible ramifications in the end that led, not directly, but what they were doing led to something tragic happening, setting the dojos against each other. So it was good writing. So as Lemon Pie said, I think, yeah, maybe this is time to cut the feed after 4 hours. Wow, we did that long dive into Unification, but that was a lot of fun to go through that, and with the Geek and I, and Maddie's daddy pumping in there. Thanks to JT Kirk, and I apologize for not being able to show your pictures, but we'll get to them next week, I promise. Yep. Let me say thank you to all our channel members here. I want to make sure I give everyone a shout out, whether they're here or not, but channel members, thank you for your support. So Wes Cagle, Philip Story, 70s Rock Fan, The Great Dad Man, Latino Slant, Mandalorian, Admiral Teague, Stark of Iron, Princess Fiona, 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser, Shooter, DJ Ronnie G, RRT and Z, RobAltis, Jeffrey Mitzel, Max Redstone, Christian Delorme, Dave C., Brian Hepburn, JT Kirk, Andrew Jill, and Eric K. And I think Eric K was my first member. Yeah, it was Eric K. and Jill and JT Kirk and Brian Hepburn, the oldest members. But thank you so much for all that support and helping keep the lights on here on the channel. So it's great to have you, and thank you too. Let's see who else is still in the chat. So thank you, Lemon Pie. Thank you for that. Have a great night. Good night, Lenrod. Good night, Brian Hepburn. And yeah, cut the feed. Maybe I'll clip that. That's the end. Yeah, cut the feed. Donnie. Let's see who else is in the Stream Element spot. Let's see. I mentioned Lemon Pie, of course. Manny's Daddy. Thank you for being here. Davina Duckworth. And let's see. Who else is there? Oh, Dan Stan stopped by. New visitor. TZ Burton. The Dead Man. Oh, and thank you, the Dead Man, for your super chat there. Yep. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Buddy Hepburn was here, of course, as well. Thank you, Buddy. Thank you, Admiral Teague, for being here. Great part of the conversation tonight. And everyone check out Teague's channel. And I think I got most, but I hope I got everyone. That's Oliver Belamonte. I think I got everyone that's still hanging around with us. And if I didn't, and Massgrave too. Yep, Massgrave. Thank you, Massgrave. Gonna go eat something. I probably shouldn't, but I'm kind of hungry now too. And Klobby was mad because I beat him out of the first. Beat him as the first one on YouTube. Yeah. We're trying to be the first, and I was actually Klobber and Tom's first paid sub, but for some reason I have my personal account, which has like 3 videos. It has like my parents' wedding on it, and the Marc D with a C channel. And for some reason, I was logged in as it picked it as I guess I subbed to Klobby as my personal account, so then I couldn't use all the cool logos or avatars here. So thank you to all my channel members able to get all these cool avatars. But there we go. And I'm like, oh, I gotta cancel my membership with Clobber Times and wait until the end to become a channel member again. But yeah, it was good times. And shout out to our buddy Clobber Times, as always thinking of you. So yep, never missed a show. But all right, everyone. So a lot to give thanks for. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me and spending some time each week. And got some cool cooking shows coming up probably for Thanksgiving. Maybe do some live. Maybe do cooking the turkey live. Maybe I'll do try to do a live turkey cook. That would be fun to do. But really appreciate all of you out there. And yeah, just us in America. Yep, we have a lot of. It's a time to thank people that have helped you out, and it's a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, good time to reflect on what makes people, why people are special in your life, and really makes a difference to reflect on that and thank people, I think. And just don't eat too much food, even though that is a good idea. So there will be foodery next week for sure. But so thank you again, everyone, and have a fantastic Thanksgiving if you're in the USA, and have a great week. And as my favorite vegetables here say, eat more meat, right? So yeah, a lot of course, yeah, the side dishes are pretty good too, but yeah, the veggies want you to eat more meat. So have a great week, everyone, and we'll see you on the next Sunday Night Geekery. Take care.
Fun storming the castle. It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.